amending ordinance 07-2012 and authorizing salt install property acquisition. My recommendation would be to make that item 13 under administrative items. And we will have a resolution. We could actually hand around now, draft resolution.
So item 13, you'll remind me when we get to item 13? Yeah. Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a public comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and move on to commissioner comments. Commissioners, do you have any comments? Jack?
Well, yesterday something pretty unique occurred. We had an agenda item with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and at the end of the item, it was pretty neat. They, signed by Rick Cables, the director of Parks and Wildlife, presented me with a plaque and a beautiful picture of an elk. So I'm honored and very much appreciative of that having occurred. Ruth has already given me permission to put the elk in prominent position in our living room. So it's all good. Thank you, Division of Wildlife.
Well deserved, Jack.
Thank you, Jack. Any other commissioner comments? Yes, George?
Yeah, I think we as a community and as a nation are still shocked by yet the latest senseless tragedy in Connecticut. And I know that Governor Hickenlooper has, even before this happened, posed the idea of having a discussion on gun control, and most recently a discussion on the need to support mental health facilities and training. And as President Obama said, the status quo is no longer acceptable. We must do something to change this crisis in our country. And I'll bring this back up during open discussion, but I think as Board of County Commissioners, we should be sending a letter to our state legislators and our congressional delegates, urging them to follow through on an in-depth discussion to look at methods to start to deal with this issue of violence in our communities. And gun control is certainly one aspect of it. To think that we actually had a ban on assault weapons years ago, but then it was allowed to sort of pass through it and get back online. It was just unbelievable. Assault weapons have no place in our society. They're military weapons, they're safety enforcement weapons, but certainly not for citizens. And I think that would be one place to start in terms of having a ban on assault weapons. I think the idea of limiting the amount of ammo they put in magazines is another place to look at. Background checks at gun shows would be another place. And certainly this whole discussion in terms of mental health, the need to continue to help fund and improve and train people. I think here in our community, I think we're very fortunate that we do have some very good mental health facilities, counselors, and this community has supported these efforts through the Healthy Community Fund, through the Aspen Valley Foundation, and many other contributors. And I think it's a good example that hopefully we can pass on to other communities in our nation. But this is something that we can no longer accept as a country and as a nation.
Thank you, George. Any other commissioner comments? Yes, Rachel?
Well, I'd really like to thank George for bringing that comment forward, and certainly second it in its intention. If you read the internet news daily, there's some kid who gets killed by accident or some really horrible incident a year and a half ago. Some child got killed at a gun show when their parent let them try to shoot a semi-automatic rifle, and the kick, brought it right back up to where he killed himself. And a week earlier, the same week before the shooting, there was a parent whose gun went off when their kid was buckling himself in the safety seat, and he'd been trying to sell an extra handgun, and he was in the parking lot of the gun shop and shot his own son as he's trying to buckle in for safety, and it's just a national tragedy. And so, I normally kind of bring up the war, and this is a good time to think about that, given that we're all going to this wonderful holiday season and joy and caroling and peace and families. And I suppose I'd really like to modify that and ask for a moment of silence for all those families in Newton who've been affected.
Thank you, Rich. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Well, just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. The snow is here. Let's be
Yes.
safe on the slopes and
Safe on the streets.
safe on the streets, safe walking down the driveway and all of that. And, we'll have a lot of visitors in our community over the next 3 months, but especially the next 20 days or so. And you see someone with a map on the street, do a little favor and ask them if they need directions somewhere, if someone needs help with something, whether they're a local or a tourist with some groceries, get into their car or something. Now's the time to shine as a community, as we always do. So have a fun, safe holidays, everybody.
Thank you. The next items are consent items. The first item is the 2012 ambulance licenses. Jim Richardson's listed, but I think Gabe, you want to come forward and just tell us what these ambulance licenses are? Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sit down, Gabe. We just have a little bit of business. Is there a motion to convene as the ambulance district board?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So now we're all in order, Gabe. Thank you. Now you can tell the ambulance board what we're doing here.
Well, thank you for having me. The item before you today is the ambulance licensing for the 2013 year. As you may be familiar with, each year we do ambulance inspections for all the ambulances within Pitkin County, and that includes Aspen Ambulance, Snowmass Fire Department, and Basalt Fire Department. All those are held to strict guidelines, both county guidelines that we've set forth as a group, as an ambulance group, as well as state minimum guidelines as well. So all those ambulances have met all of those guidelines that we've set forth and exceeded those in many cases, which we're very proud of. So it's before you today just to approve and have continued great ambulance service here in the Valley.
Thank you. Any questions for Gabe? Yes, Rob?
Well, Gabe, I was kind of joking when you came in about having all these boxes checked off for each of these ambulances. But there are a couple that aren't checked off, and I'm just curious what the standards are. For instance, one of them is not checked, 2 working flashlights. One of them is not checked for protocols for a ambulance service medical treatment protocols on miscellaneous equipment. Do they have to get 100% on these, or is it, were these things rectified?
They do. Those are all things that have been rectified. The other thing, and while you mention it, the protocols that you had mentioned, we're very proud of, and I'm going to kind of throw those out here. What protocols are, or each of our paramedics, each of our EMTs has a set of guidelines and rules that they have to follow. And this goes for everything from giving certain medications, doing certain treatments. And each agency in the Valley has always had something just a little bit different, which doesn't seem to be that big of a deal unless you realize that paramedics in Basalt also work part-time in Aspen, and Aspen paramedics work part-time in Snowmass. So it's very difficult for our paramedics locally to know which place they're at, which day, and which rules they need to follow. So one of the things that we've done this year is we've actually completed a full set of protocols that all agencies have signed off on. And we've also added a little bit of technology into this as well, and these are also now online, available at any time for our guys. They're searchable on a smartphone, very easily accessible for them, which makes it infinitely easier for all the paramedics here in the upper part of the valley to work with. So that was a little bit of confusion with the certification process hasn't reflected the online version yet, and the paper copy is what we always had in the past in the ambulance. So now it's all online. We're in the process right now of putting everything on the mobile laptop computers that we have in each ambulance, as well as making sure that all of our folks have it available to them, either on a smartphone, iPad, whatever they decide to carry with them. But it's a huge success, a huge move forward for us.
Okay. Any other questions this time? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion just to approve the 2013 ambulance licenses.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in
For your
favor?
hard work.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn as the ambulance district board?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. The next item is minutes of the work sessions of 11/27 and 12/4, special meeting of 11/27, and regular meetings of 10/24 and 11/28. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second? Going.
I wasn't at
wasn't
some of
here.
those meetings, so I wasn't a second.
Okay, I'll second it. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is a resolution amending the initial 2013 budget for Picken County half-cent transit sales and use tax. Tom Oken. Tom, you want to just step forward for a second? Tom, can you just outline what you're proposing here?
Yeah, you've already approved the half-cent transit sales and use tax budget for next year, but there was one slight change or slight difference in the way that the City of Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village approved the same budget, and that was the funding for Ruby Park planning and engineering, and that's a $200,000 proposed project for next year. Originally, in the version that the county approved, that $200,000 was coming out of a $3 million capital pool that had been established. And the way Snowmass and Aspen passed it was with the $200,000 coming out of the entrance to Aspen. And that actually matched what was proposed originally at the EOTC meeting. And so Aspen had requested that maybe it should come out of the $3 million. Snowmass balked. And so Aspen said, okay, we'll go back to taking it out of the entrance to Aspen funds.
Any questions for Tom? No, George?
I'll just make a comment. It goes back to our earlier discussion in terms of the need for the ELTC to really have a discussion in terms of governance, because this idea came up at our joint meeting with the city that Tory raised, suggesting that these dollars for Ruby Park should actually come out of the capital pool project. And I supported that because it really made sense. That's why we had set up that capital pool specifically for projects like this, and to use these dollars to leverage for grants, to go out to grants. So, but I understand that Tory actually decided that he could go along with this in the spirit of cooperation with the other partners. So given that, I will support this as well, but I think that's a discussion we need to have with the LTC, and we'll have new board members online as well.
Thank you, George. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm going to support this. I think the board knows I've kind of mentally gone back and forth between what is the difference between funding it out of this pot or that pot. And as Tom has correctly pointed out, we really can't take projections much further out than 5 years because there's not a lot of agreement about what happens later. And, there could be some implication towards when Snowmass and Aspen get repaid their initial contribution to the capital pool, but then how does that spill over and affect the potential excess funding that can go towards the free shuttle and Snowmass? And so I think that's kind of playing in the background of these things. So I really agree with taking a larger long-term look at how these things are funded and, establishing the goals of how and when do we see the entrance to Aspen fixed and things like that. Having a lot of history on it from the city side, I really do believe Ruby Park is part of the entrance. It's part of the whole system that will work, and based on the transit goals and the limiting of traffic growth goals that the city maintains, there's a point in time at which buses will be leaving Ruby Park like every 15 minutes, for the valley route, not just for the in-town route. So a long-term look in the future, it would be a good idea. So I agree with that.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution amending the initial 2013 budget for the Pickens County half-cent transit sales and use tax.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Tom. The next item is under consent actions, first reading set for public hearing on January 8th, 2013. This is a resolution to approve, it says an agreement, but an agreement between County Road LLC, Ranch Lake 3, Inc., Ranch Lake 4, LLC, Ranch 3, LLC, and Ranch 4, LLC, also known as Two Shoes, and Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, known as the County. John Peacock is going to present to us.
Michael, we thought you'd appreciate a tongue twister to enter the holiday season, so we came up with as complicated a title as we possibly could. Thank you. I'd like to note that today we are in the first reading of this agreement. It is set for, assuming that the board approves it, will be set for public hearing on January 8th. I do have some representatives in the audience, both from the proponents of the agreement and also from the Aspen Valley Land Trust to help answer any detailed questions that the board may have as we get into this. But first, I want to give a little bit of background. Rob, I'm going to probably do a little bit of projecting behind you here.
Project away.
So just so that we can get oriented on the exchange itself. Just a second to adjust here. These have been discussions that have been going on for some time now, since 2008. And in early 2010, representatives of the owners of Two Shoe Ranch submitted a proposal to exchange 668 acres of privately owned land for just over 1,400 acres of BLM land. And to get us oriented here, what we have is the privately owned land in question is 557 acres here, which is the Sudi Ranch. We have 112 acres approximately here, which is the Haynes parcel, also known as West Crown parcel. Then you have up in Eagle County, just under 200 acres here that would be exchanged. And then the largest federal parcel under consideration is just over 1,200 acres here. And so discussions initially started in 2008 to exchange the Sudi Ranch parcel in exchange for the other federally held parcels. In 2010, proponents added in the Haynes and West Crown parcel, the 112 acres down here, largely at the request of the county. Many of our community partners have expressed support for this administrative exchange, included but not limited to the Aspen Valley Land Trust, the Crystal River Caucus, Eagle County Commissioners, the Town of Carbondale, the Colorado Division of Wildlife, Colorado Environmental Coalition, the Audubon Society. The list is pretty extensive. And in particular, because the Sudi Ranch had been a sought-after conservation target because of its wildlife habitat qualities, as well as its dispersed recreational qualities being adjacent to the Red Hill area. However, as a board and as a county, Pitkin County continued to express reservations about whether there was adequate public benefit in the exchange, and those reservations were most recently expressed in a June 2012 letter that was sent to the BLM. After sending that letter in August, the board sought to reopen discussions with the proponents of the land exchange to see if there was an opportunity to improve the public benefits of the exchange, particularly focusing on wildlife habitat improvements, viewshed protection, and recreational amenities. The proponents were open to those discussions and open to looking at those enhancements and improving the public benefit. And after several months of discussion, we have the agreement that is in front of you for your consideration on first reading. It's important to note that the agreement that's in front of you right now is a separate agreement between the county and the proponents of the land exchange. This is not part of the BLM's process or part of the exchange considerations, but is an agreement between the proponents and the county that, while associated, or I guess maybe catalyzed by the land exchange, is a separate agreement. And so under the proposed agreement, the county would join our many community partners in supporting the land exchange in return for proponents agreeing to significant improvements to the public benefits should the exchange be approved. And what I want to walk through is specifically what the agreement would accomplish. And I want to start with wildlife enhancements. See if we can zoom this out. These are a little more difficult to see on the projector than I would like. I want to start first with conservation easements on approximately 342 acres, which is divided into two parcels. The first is outlined in red. The second outlined in blue. And I actually did my math wrong. I apologize. It's just over 370 acres in conservation easements. These are parcels that were identified specifically by the Colorado Department of, our division now of Parks and Wildlife, I still cannot get used to that, as critical winter habitat for both bighorn sheep and elk. And the center parcel here is part of the BLM, the large BLM exchange parcel, the 1,200 acres. That BLM exchange parcel will have a conservation easement placed on it in order to protect the wildlife qualities of this land, to protect it from additional recreation uses or future development, while still maintaining the ability to have ranching and grazing activities occur. In essence, what the proponents have agreed to is to place a conservation easement, a similar requirement on the two parcels in the Potato Bill area, which will protect that critical habitat. And just to give you an idea, another orientation here. From the previous map, the two parcels we're talking about are outlined here, okay? The areas identified in pink on this map represent critical bighorn winter range. And it's a little bit difficult to see, but there's a hash marked area right here. This has been identified as critical elk winter range. And so you can see that by adding these two conservation easements, we protect a significant amount of that habitat that would not otherwise be protected in the exchange. And with the addition of the conservation easement on the 1,200 acres, which comes right down through here, we capture pretty much that whole critical winter range for the bighorn sheep. Okay, so proponents have agreed to put a conservation easement on those two parcels. The form of the conservation easement has been included in your packets. The conservation easement will run to the Aspen Valley Land Trust and will be administered by the Aspen Valley Land Trust pursuant to the language that's in your packets. So that's the first thing that the proponents have agreed to. The second thing, really two items, have to do with viewshed protection. And the proponents have agreed to the elimination of 10 development rights, one of which I cut off with a poor fold here. I apologize. I was putting this together. So we have the elimination of 10 development rights, and they are represented by the yellow squares, okay, that I am circling here. These development rights represent 50,000 square feet of potential development. You can see this is up the Crystal Valley, going up 133. The idea is to eliminate the development rights and protect the view sheds going into the future. The extinguishment of the development rights will be accomplished through a deed restriction. The form of that deed restriction is also included in your packets. It's important to note that for both the conservation easements and the deed restrictions that we've discussed, or that I've discussed to this point, that those documents, upon approval of the agreement, would be placed in escrow. They would come out of escrow upon approval of the land exchange and the expiration of any protest periods or what have you. And so both the conservation easements and the extinguishment of the development rights would occur upon the successful completion of the land exchange. Okay. The other viewshed protection measure that the proponents have agreed to is the moving of a riding arena. And just to orient you on this map where we have all these development rights being eliminated here, the proponents also have an approved riding arena right here. That's sitting on a fairly open pasture, as you're just about to see. The proponents have agreed to apply to the county to move that riding arena, so this is the currently approved envelope in that field, to a less visually impactful area on an adjacent parcel where there's already some agricultural development. And so that would be a process that would go through our community development department. They've already had an initial tour with our staff and discussions about how to proceed with that. Okay. The last item that the proponents have agreed to is recreation enhancements. And the recreation enhancements really involve placing $700,000 in an escrow, in escrow. And that $700,000 could come out of escrow under certain conditions. The first condition that we discussed is that the county has been negotiating to obtain two parcels. One is a bullpen parcel, and this is in the Prince Creek area. And the second is a approximately 10-acre trail parcel that runs along Prince Creek going up the Tybar Ranch. The proponents have agreed to place $700,000 in escrow for the acquisition of this trail parcel, this trail corridor, and to cover construction costs of the trail. If we were to negotiate a lower price, or if we were to have lower trail construction costs, the proponents have also agreed that we could use the funding up to $700,000 for riparian area improvements or to help fund the parking area improvements. What we'd anticipate is that the county would obtain this parcel and then upon successful completion of the land exchange, the $700,000 would come out of escrow to reimburse the county. If the county obtains the parcel before the land exchange is approved and the protest period expires, the proponents have agreed to fund $350,000 or half of the acquisition costs of the property. And that's to help us manage the risk of maybe having a property transaction that closes prior to the land exchange being approved. So that's the first and preferred alternative for how that $700,000 would come out of escrow. If we're unable to negotiate a acquisition of the trail corridor from the Danziger Trust, the proponents have agreed to allow us to use that funding for improvements on the Rio Grande Trail, recognizing that the Rio Grande Trail connects the Roaring Fork Valley with the Crystal River Valley, and that creates a network of trails that benefits all populations in those areas. And if we decide not to use the funding for Rio Grande Trail improvements, then a mutually agreeable open space project in the Crystal River Valley. Again, with exception of the $350,000 coming out if the property is acquired before the land exchange is approved, and it's not approved, the $700,000 comes out of escrow upon approval of the land exchange proposal and the expiration of all comment and protest periods. So, in essence, we believe that we've negotiated an agreement that meets the board's goals. We've achieved, through our discussions with the proponents and really working together with the proponents, we've identified areas that provide significant wildlife habitat improvements. We've clearly, I think, identified improvements to the viewshed corridors in the Crystal River Valley, and we've identified, in particular with the Tie-Bar Trail, the Prince Creek Trail, recreational opportunity that ties in. And it's important to note, I failed to do this, that the Haynes parcel that was added in the administrative exchange comes right here. And so this trail corridor will provide a safe corridor up into the Haynes parcel, which provides access up onto the Crown. And so we feel that with these significant improvements that the proponents have offered and agreed to in response to our request for further enhancements to the public benefits of the exchange, that we've reached an agreement that achieves the board's goals, and we would encourage you to pass it on first reading and set for public hearing the morning of January 8th. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be open for questions or...
Any questions for John? No questions for John? Any comments? Yes, Jack?
Would it be possible maybe to hear from the public before we make our comments, if that would be acceptable? If there are any comments, of course, I can't presuppose that. But.
So how does the board feel about that?
It's a big issue, I think. Even though it's not the public hearing, I'm okay with that.
I know, and
Are there members of the public who wish to speak to this item at this time? Seeing none. Come back to the commissioners. Any comments, commissioners? Jack, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I will. I'm very pleased with the Board of County Commissioners that we have made the best out of what was a year and a half maybe ago. Its timing is really hard for me to establish exactly what piece happened when, but the Board of County Commissioners made the best of a lost opportunity. I thought this had some benefit right from the get-go, but the Board of County Commissioners at that time worked hard within our own process and came up with some significant benefits. What is before us today is even, and this was a year and a half ago or so, what is before us today has even more benefits for Pitkin County than the previous negotiation had. I very much appreciate the partners, as it were, in the Aspen Valley Land Exchange taking over the management of the conservation easements here, and I believe that means the Potato Bill parcels as well as the now currently BLM parcel that will become, if this is approved by the BLM, a part of the Two Shoes ranch, as it were, and I'll just call it all Two Shoes. There are significant benefits here for wildlife. John has articulated that. Viewshed protection. It's pretty significant when, at a time the board that I was on approved the Crystal Island Ranch. We were very pleased with that approval, and though it included about, facts are not exact here, about 22 home sites, we were so overjoyed with the other conservation easements that were given during that process, and this just makes it better. One thing that wasn't mentioned that I have heard from several neighbors below, where these development rights are going to be extinguished, given the BLM does approve this, is about water quantity. We know back in 2002, 2003, the drought, there were many individuals there, home sites that had problems with water in that general area, because water isn't exactly below something, it has underground aquifers, whatever. And ironically, Dorothea Ferris was one of these who had no water during a period of that time. So that's another benefit that is very hard to document, through science, etc. But there's relief by some homeowners there, so that's another plus. I am very pleased that this is moving forward due to the consistency with our strategic plan. My very first retreat as a commissioner in 2001, we created a modern, as it were, strategic plan under Hillary Fletcher, and it was my charge, along with Deb Quinn, our staff person at that time, to come up with ideas and feedback. We all had to do a presentation. Mine was regionalism. So I'm very pleased, because the other partners we have in the valley, including the town council or trustees of Carbondale, Eagle County, and our sometimes partners in Garfield, all have approved this and look favorably to this. So I'm just so pleased there. That additional benefit that John Peacock, to his credit, and I give John Peacock and Gideon Kaufman a lot of credit for bringing this together and making it work, because we had many sessions to make sure the language worked for both parties. That additional recreation component is very important. Let me step back real quick and say the Haynes parcel is very critical. That was part of the original negotiation. It's critical for access to the Crown, and so there's not continual trespassing. And the Wexner interests had purchased that, and so now with this potential trail up Prince Creek Road, it really is going to be a lot safer and a lot more enjoyable when you're not dealing with cars and the curves and all of that. So this has evolved to the point that I would sure, though it's a long shot, like to see actually unanimous support by this Board of County Commissioners, because we have all worked hard on this, and this is something that has not only valley-wide support and benefit, but significant benefit in Pitkin County. And I thank all the players, and including the Wexners, who need to be singled out for being patient as this negotiation evolved. I thank everyone involved, and again, compliment the board for the evolution of how we handled this.
Thank you, Jack. Any other comments? Rob?
I'll make some just quick, brief comments, because I concur with all of what Jack said. The original agreement came about when I was running for office, and one of the things that I said when I was running for office is a lot of times it's about collaboration and coming to an agreement, and I would as well like to commend the parties involved here for the hours that were put in for finding the added benefits to add to the potential BLM exchange. Most importantly for me is the stressed bighorn sheep population that's up there, and the added areas and the conservation easements there. Really glad to see those. I think I had a lot of phone calls to me about protecting a very stressed population of bighorn sheep in that area. as well as the elk wildlife up there. The conservation easements, certainly something that is, in addition, helps the wildlife in that area because of the movement of wildlife up there. Another thing that came up a lot during this was the conflict of land in Pitkin County versus land in Eagle County. And as someone who goes up and mountain bikes from time to time up on Mushroom Rock and in that area, there's a added value to the citizens of our community for land that's directly across our border, whether it's for wildlife conservation, because wildlife knows no boundaries, or whether it's for recreational uses, because our population migrates across those borders without passports. So I believe that's an added benefit to this original deal as well. Lastly, I just want to say that there's been a lot of talk and media coverage about this, and all the interactions that I have and know of in this community with the Wexners has been positive. They're great contributors to a great deal of our nonprofits. They conduct major leadership conferences here where they bring tremendous amount of people into our community. Their conservation of the environment, I believe, is very strong from all the conversations that I've had with them. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to be great stewards of this property when this exchange, if this exchange goes through. So I'm in favor of this agreement.
George, comment?
Yeah. Land exchange was a new concept, at least when I got on the board, going from a public parcel to a private parcel. Pitkin County had been involved in land exchanges in the past, going from public parcels to public parcels, but this was a little unusual. And there was a concern early on by the board with the original proposal, and it was easy to see early on why Garfield County, Eagle County, town of Carbondale jumped on the wagon and supported it early on, because they were seeing a direct benefit from the land exchange proposal. And regionalism aside, I personally at that time did not see as strong a benefit for the residents of Pitkin County as this land that is being discussed as part of the exchange happens to lie in Pitkin County. And I feel that one of my roles and responsibility as an elected official is to look after the best interests of the residents of Pitkin County. And so there was a lot of history in this exchange. And in fact, the early part of the proposal actually included some land up in Gunnison County. And we spent a considerable amount of time as a board with the proponents going back and forth in terms of trying to develop a proposal that would be beneficial for all parties. And at that time, the proponents were looking at going through a legislative process, which would have meant that they would have needed approval by Congress. At one point, we were not able to come into an agreement, and the proponents decided to not ask for our support anymore and take a different avenue, which is an administrative process. And actually, that was one of the requests that we had made early on, because we felt an administrative process was going to be a much more transparent, much more open process to allow the community to really become involved. And so that's how that occurred. About a few months ago, several months ago, the board met and discussed the idea of seeing if there was an interest to re-engage the proponents and to look at other additional benefits that we may be able to come into agreement with that would be specifically benefits for Pitkin County. And through those discussions, And through the work with our liaison, our county manager, and the proponent's representative, Gideon Kaufman, we were able to come up with, I feel, are substantial public benefits, but also Pickens County benefits. And those have been discussed, from wildlife enhancements to the extinguishing of building sites in the Crystal River Valley, to hopefully a trail that will provide safe access up to a very popular area up on the Crown. I suspect, we don't know whether that's actually going to come to fruition yet, but I suspect without the ability of, without the generosity of the proponent to come forward and offer to help with that, I suspect that that trail option would be off the table at this point, and that would be a detriment to not only the public who wishes to utilize the Crown, but all the residents along Prince Creek that up to this point have had to really put up with what I would consider a public nuisance in terms of the number of cars that are parked along Prince Creek Road, making it difficult for residents to get in and out, and also for residents their safety in terms of walking or utilizing that corridor. So with these added additional benefits, I support our letter of support to the BLM. And that's really all that is. It's a support to the BLM, say we support this exchange, we support the additional benefits that this is going to provide for the residents of Pickens County as well as for the residents of Eagle County and Garfield County. But ultimately, it's going to be the decision of the BLM. And I think we'll sort of see how that goes. But I think, in the end, I think it's an agreement that I can support, and I hope it goes forward at this point.
Thank you, George. Rachel, do you have comments?
Thank you, Michael. This has been, as John said, 3 to 4 years in process, and I'm going to try not to repeat what others have said. I think they're all very accurate. I've come to realize that in a decision like this, we all will have individual points that rise to the top for us that are the most compelling and the most important reasons why to support something like this. And I think it's fair to say that throughout this process, some may have considered Pickens County difficult to deal with and difficult to satisfy. As George has said, some perhaps immediately saw benefits in the proposal. And we were the ones to ask the hard questions. Well, what's the management plan for the Sudi Ranch, and where are the resources to management? I think we all know the BLM and the Forest Service are pretty vastly underfunded. And so as we continue to apply a critical eye to the proposal, I believe we continue to see that proposal improve, and improve both for the benefit of residents of Pickens County as well as the greater public. You know, John Peacock, our manager, read off the list of partners in many other activities and areas that were supporting the exchange, from the town of Carbondale, Eagle County Commissioners, Aspen Valley Land Trust, Colorado Environmental Coalition, on and on. And I can only say it's been difficult to say, no, you guys are all wrong. There's a consensus here among you, but we still think there should be improvements to this process and to this deal. And, you know, I'll be the first to say that when you're working as a 5-person board, it's hard to necessarily come up with a singular position and a singular negotiating strategy. And perhaps because of our own vagueness, that's why the discussions and the negotiations broke off before, and the proponents chose as their right to go through an administrative exchange. As George has said, there's a lot of benefits to that sort of process. But I do believe that it was from our initial resistance and questioning of the proposal that we saw things such as the Hain parcel added to the administrative proposal. in a complete manner. And I want to compliment and thank the Wexner family for continuing to see that commitment through, that the public would be satisfied, that our board would be satisfied, that we could all go forward and feel good about what may transpire. I think that it's important to point out that there is a bit of a fail-safe, and as much as we in our decision-making capacity, individually and then collectively, have to weigh these things, something like this is not the same as your regular old land use proposal or development application, where you have criteria, you have guidelines, and you can say, yes, it meets the guidelines, I may or may not like it, but in honor and fairness, it has to go forward, or not. But this is the type of thing that doesn't have those guidelines. It doesn't have those, is it right to throw your support behind it, yes or no, now or later. And so we've all had to spend a lot of time contemplating this to get to where we are. I will say I believe that the fail-safe that exists in the administrative process is their valuation of the properties and their valuation and appraisal of the exchange. And so we're not the final arbiters, and this is not a final activity that determines whether this goes forward or not. BLM will be following its own processes. Something that no one has mentioned, but I think is certainly in the back of my mind, is that the exchange lands will be removed from the potential of any oil and gas leasing. Those mineral rights are being retired under the BLM exchange parcel. And the Crystal River Valley, as we all know, faces quite a bit of pressure right now in that area. It's a hard thing to say, but sometimes lands and the environment and the animals and the ecology of those lands may be best protected by private ownership as opposed to public ownership. When we look at some of the areas that have been put up to lease that we think are inappropriate, when we look at the lack of resources the BLM has, and then also when we look at what is often motorized recreational use, which is expanding throughout areas where it's never been before, and the disturbance to the habitat and the wildlife. So, I sometimes wish everything was all black and white and you could add it up and 5 + 5 is 10 and it's a done deal. But it's not. It takes more time and thought, and I realize that this decision on our board's part is not going to satisfy everyone in our public, everyone on our board, everyone in our community. But it will satisfy some. And if you're not in that difficult position of saying, when do you go forward and when do you continue to fight, those are the challenges. So a lot of these things are very important to me. Seeing 55,000 square feet of potential home development eliminated in this area is something that is going to do a lot in terms of the lights at night, the traffic, the changes in the character at the base of Mount Sopris, that I think this proposal will keep from happening those type of changes. I'm constantly dealing with federal and public lands at a state level and the National Association of County levels, and it may just be a pipe dream of some people, and it may be something that comes to pass in reality, but there's a big movement out there to sell the remaining public lands or give it back to the states so the states can sell it and get it on the tax rolls. It's a very active movement, and it is to the point in Utah of being on the governor's desk, having been signed, and that's something they're actively pursuing. So in looking down the long term and in looking at the various public benefits that have been put on the table, both for recreation, public's benefit that way, as well as wildlife, I am going to support this proposal. When we had our meeting with the former Division of Wildlife, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Association yesterday, and discussion about our valley's elk herds, their target populations for management are being reduced somewhat dramatically, primarily because of loss of habitat, human encroachment, and the potential of negative recreational activities stressing those herds. And it's very hard to hear that and not believe that this proposal can help stop that loss of our habitat disruption, as well as support the health of those elk herds. So I thank the Wexners for continuing to work to improve the proposal, and I thank the BLM for seeing through a fair and honest process going forward. Our trust and support has to be in them, in their evaluations of this now, and to the board as a whole for working through this.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll make the last comments. I'm the member of the board who doesn't support this, and I haven't supported it from the beginning. I think it's been stressful for the county, but it's also, in my view, it's been a bad deal for the county. And I oppose it just based on principle. And the principle is that we are caretakers of our public lands. And those public lands aren't negotiable. They're not part of a deal. And when we acquire land through our open space fund, the requirement is that we can't sell those. That those lands are, if we do decide to sell them, we have to go back to the voters and ask them if it's okay to disperse those public lands that we've purchased. And the reason for that is that public lands shouldn't be negotiable. They should be acquired and kept in the public trust. And you will always get a proposal for a deal. And you've heard this deal outlined here today. And the deal appeals to 4 commissioners, but it doesn't appeal to me, because you can't make deals with public lands. The public lands that we're talking about weren't public lands that we acquired through open space and trails, but they were public lands that essentially we inherited. Certainly as board members we inherited. And they're part of the patrimony of Pickens County. Pickens County is primarily public lands. And that's what distinguishes Pickens County. That we have these public lands for public use, for equal access for all of us. No one of us owns any more than the rest on those public lands. So even though there's a concentration of wealth within this community, a vast wealth within this community, and you certainly can't share that wealth is owned by individuals, and they don't share that with you. But on those public lands, the wealth of those public lands is shared equally amongst all of us. And that allows us, as people who maybe don't have that kind of resources that other residents of Pickens County have, to feel wealthy, to feel I have access to this land. I can live in a humble status, but I can go out and go to any mountaintop on public lands and feel as if I were king of the world. And that's really what distinguishes Pickens County, is that feeling of I have these resources and I can enjoy these resources. And my feeling has always been that as a commissioner, we're in charge of those resources and we're the guardians of those resources. And we shouldn't be tempted by deals to disperse those resources or to even consider dispersing those resources or to consider a letter okaying the disbursement of those resources. In this case, we're talking about 2 square miles of public lands currently that are going to go into private ownership. So just based on those principles of the guardianship of public lands, the sacredness of those public lands, I can't make a deal with anyone about those public lands. If the BLM needs to disperse those, if they can't handle the management of them, if they're not good parents to that land, I think Pickens County would be a good foster parent for those lands. But, or the Forest Service. These lands abut Forest Service. But private ownership, I can't agree with that, just on the principle of that. The other aspect of my objection to this is that the federal process is a flawed process. The process that allows for this exchange doesn't account for the values of these lands. And so what looks like, on the federal basis, a fair exchange of lands is actually hugely unequal here. I mean, hugely unequal. And it's only accessible to people of great means. You or I can't take advantage of that flaw in the federal system. Only people of great means can do that. And so there's a huge flaw here. And my feeling is that the county should have spent time trying to heal that flaw, trying to change that flaw, trying to say, listen, federal lands shouldn't be dispersed at very low cost to people without accounting for the value that eventually ends up in the hands of private individuals. The federal system doesn't do that. It won't allow the BLM to make that appraisal. What is the final value of this land when it's rolled into, when it actually joins two separate ranches and becomes one ranch of 5,000 acres? The federal process doesn't allow you to evaluate what the whole value of that, the combined value of that 5,000 acres is, and what that 1,200 acres of BLM land does to the value, overall value. It's a very flawed system. It's available only to a few individuals in this country. And we're suffering the loss of those lands because of the flaw in the federal regulations. And I think we would have been better spend our time not in executive session, but in the halls of Congress, seeking a remedy to this. So these exchanges can't go on this unequal basis. There's a huge unacknowledged value to this, to the Westerners, that's not going to be accounted for by the federal process. And it's a deep and ugly flaw in our federal process. We should have been railing against that. We didn't. We were in executive session for years looking for a better deal. And I'm not happy with that. So I can't support this. Is there a motion? Yes, Jack.
I'd like to move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing on January 8th, 2013, an agreement between County Road LLC, Ranch Lake 3 Incorporated, Ranch Lake 4 LLC, Ranch Lake, too many lakes here, Ranch 3 LLC, and Ranch 4 LLC, otherwise known as Two Shoes, and the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes?
Yeah, Michael is passionate, certainly, about what he has brought to the table, and it's his opinion, and we respect that, no problem. But when you look at the flaw, there are a lot of flaws in life, but this actually rectifies some things and makes many things better as a result of the deal or the negotiation, no matter how you want to term it. The bottom line is about the land. And the land, at the end of the day, there will be over 2,000 acres under either conservation easement, protected for various values, etc. This is about the land. This isn't about personalities or only individual opinions. But everyone has the right to be where they're at. I certainly was in a minority for a good while. But bottom line, this is about the land, and the land is going to be conserved, and that is consistent with Pickens County, our values, and many of the values throughout the nation. So this is so consistent, it's wonderful. And I'm going to vote yes, and I'm pleased to do so.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Thank you.
The next item
Michael,
is...
can we take 5 minutes before we go into all the budget stuff?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break till about 1:15.
Thank you. Just want to be able to take those all in a row, you know?
Session for December 19th, 2012. It's about 1:15. The next items are confirmatory readings, public hearings. The first item is an emergency ordinance amending Ordinance 30-2009 regarding the establishment of fees for the Community Development Department. Hearing Officer John Ely is going to tell us about that. John, what are we doing?
That's Lance Clark, Michael.
Oh, it's funny. It's spelled J-O-H.
Not on the all-controlling online.
Okay, this is online.
Wait a minute.
Even paper copy says Lance.
So Lance, since you're more informed than John Ely, do you want to?
Yes, we do have Lance West and John Ely in various permutations of the agenda. This is a confirmatory reading of an ordinance that you actually adopted 2 weeks ago as an emergency ordinance, and it is a slight amendment to the Pitkin County Community Development Fee Ordinance. What we have done is bring the fee for the hearing officer up to current standards. We had a specific number in the previous ordinance, $175 an hour for the hearing officer for the time that he puts in on the cases that he hears. We retained about a year ago a new hearing officer, and that is Tom Smith. And his contract calls for $225 an hour. So it was essential that we get that changed in the fee ordinance as quickly as possible. The reason being that this is a pass-through fee. The hearing officer bills the Community Development Department, and we bill the applicants. So it's a wash, but in order to keep it a wash, we have to keep the fee at the same rate that we're being billed. And so that is the purpose of this ordinance. And rather than putting a specific number in, as we had last time, we changed the language to say that it's the actual cost of the services billed by the hearing officer. And that is the fee that will be charged the applicant for a land use item that goes in front of the hearing officer.
Lance, let me ask you, are there qualifications to be a hearing officer?
The previous hearing officer was Jim True. When Jim True took the job, full-time job as the city attorney, the county attorney determined that it was no longer appropriate that he be the hearing officer. And we entertained proposals from 2 or 3 different individuals. It's not required that it be an attorney. We had a couple land use planners apply and a couple attorneys apply, and the selection was Tom Smith.
And the selection is made by whom?
Selection was made by the county attorney.
And the county attorney appoints the hearing officer.
Correct.
Actually, that was a recommendation. The BOCC made the final
Okay.
approval.
So there's no written qualifications, and it's an appointed position.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Lance? This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to address this item of the emergency ordinance? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this. Any further questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners, Pitkin County, Colorado, amending Ordinance 30-2009, establishing a fee for the Community Development Department hearing officer.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next item is an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of and County of Denver, a municipal corporation of the State of Colorado, and the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners acting on behalf of the Pitkin County Sheriff. Don Baird is here to inform us on this subject. Don, just want to give us a brief outline of what this is?
This is an agreement with Denver County and the Denver County Jail to allow us to utilize the considerable resources they have in their state-of-the-art infirmary in the new Denver County Jail that's downtown on Colfax Avenue. We have an inmate that is in need of some medical care that would require a trip to Denver for surgery and then a recovery period. The inmate's incarcerated on felony charges, and therefore we need to house the inmate in a adequate facility while that inmate recovers from the surgery. And Denver County has offered us the use of their facility. They have 24-hour health care, doctors and nurses on staff. It's something that we couldn't accomplish here at all.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Don? No questions for Don? This also is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, approving the intergovernmental agreement by and between the City and County of Denver, the Municipality Corporation of the State of Colorado, and Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, acting on behalf of Pickens County Sheriff, Aspen, Colorado.
Is there a second?
Second.
Rachel seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Don, before we leave, you sent out an email saying that you had some T-shirts at the jail. And if I could, this is totally inappropriate, but if I could reserve 2 of those, extra large, that'd be great. I know a couple of rascals who need them. Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
This is a consent public hearing, second reading. This is budget. This is why we took a break. 3 resolutions concerning the 2013 budget. I guess I'll read these. Summarizing revenues and expenditures for each fund and adopting a budget for Pickens County, Colorado for the year 2013. Also appropriating sums of money to the various funds for Pickens County, Colorado 2013 budget year. And levying general property taxes 2012 to help defray the costs of government for Pickens County, Colorado and its special districts for 2013 budget year. And number 10 is a resolution. Are we also going to do this at this time? A resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2013 as required by Resolution 78121. Susan Atwood is going to be. So, John, do you want to lead off? And how are we going to do this? Are you going to outline the first one, and then we'll go ahead and deal with that, or?
Well, I think we'll give a brief introduction. We have some material that the board has requested we would like to show related to property taxes. Okay. And we'll go from there.
So we're going to go through all of this, and then we'll deal with the resolution.
That's correct.
Okay.
John Redmond, Finance Director. It's December 19th, and we are at the finish line for the budget. It's been a long process. And I want to thank the board for their level of engagement. We've asked you to read through numerous packets of what some people might call dry material. We think it's quite interesting. But I appreciate your efforts. You've been great about providing us direction, and your questions and comments have made for a better budget process. I do want to thank John Peacock. Believe it or not, the budget process starts in April, and he's been great about providing direction. As much as anybody, I would like to thank Connie Garofalo, our budget director. She's the one that pulls everything together. It's an extremely complex thing. Everything is an exception, and for her to be able to pull it all together and deal with John and I at the same time, it's a miracle. I also want to thank Debbie and Nelson. and Tom Oken. They are a big part of understanding the revenue side, specifically when we get to property taxes and mill levies and treasurer's fees, et cetera. We have a great number of people who are department managers who are involved in the process. They've done a great job of trying to be as prudent as they could. They've tried to break down the silos that have existed in the past from a budgetary standpoint, and I appreciate their efforts, along with the staff who've actually stepped up and have joined what we call the budget review team. They've made a difference in the process. Overall, we have for the general fund, we have a $30 million budget. $9 million of that is capital spending, which is predominantly roads and facilities, and the remaining $21 million is operations. It's a balanced budget. On a 5-year basis, we have a $400,000 projected surplus. So overall, we feel that it's a conservative budget, and we have a good chance of achieving what we tell you here today. The board had requested some comparables on property tax for a couple years. If we look at this particular sheet, Connie will walk you through that.
This is page number 11 in your packet. The page right before it, page 10, is part of the resolution and shows the details of the mill levies for the 2012 budget. And then page 11 shows a comparison of the 2012 budget with the 2013 budget. So you can see the yellow columns refer to the 2012 budget, which starts with the 2011 valuation and levy, and then the tax amount that comes from that. And then the green columns are for the 2013 budget. You'll see that the valuation amounts have decreased very slightly, just about 0.3%. The levy amounts fluctuate with the calculations between years, but then the tax amounts themselves in the very last column to the right have gone up an average of between 2 and 3% for the different funds, 2.22 for the general fund. The one number that stands out in this group is the Healthy Community Fund. Since there was a voter-approved tax increase, that one is up 24%. And then Open Space is the only fund that has a decrease in their property tax. Their fixed mill levy means that when property values go down, so does their tax revenue. Are there questions on the mill levies?
Ron?
Yeah, thank you very much for going through this. I think it's a good thing for transparency because it is a little confusing to understand. The first question that I have is just, it looks like the mill levy went down 0.1% for open space and trails. Is that a rounding error, or is that?
I'm not sure, Deputy.
No, the fixed mill levy for open space and trails is 3.75, but in addition to that, they get abatements that were granted during the year, so they're refunds of taxes that were not collectible in the 2011 tax year or the 2012 budget. So we are allowed to recoup those revenues in the following year. And that's the difference, is the difference in the abatements between the 2 years.
That changes the mill levy, though.
It does, because the mill levy is what generates the revenue, and we're entitled to the 3.75 mills, the revenue generated by the 3.75 mills, plus the abatements.
Gotcha. The increase in mill levies for the first line and the translator line are based on the decrease in property values to have the growth that Tabor allows. Is that how that number comes up with?
Who's the expert?
Well, it's similar.
Because we're trying to increase our revenues by a kind of cost of living increase that's allowable, but our valuation is dropping by, what is it, $7 million from 11 to 12 that the mill is based off of, but we need to increase our revenues by a small amount to keep up with the allowable amount that Tabor allows. Am
That is
I
correct.
explaining that somewhat properly to the
So if you look at the
public out there?
If you look at the previous page, it shows that that there's a cap on the general fund of 3.077. That's what our Tabor limitation is. And in order to generate the amount of revenue that we are allowed to generate, we are taking a credit of the .886. That credit was a little bit higher last year. I don't have the exact amount, but it was higher last year. And the reason we're trying to keep the revenue to our maximum limit. And so that's why we're reducing the temporary credit, which then increases the mill levy.
And just again, for letting the public that may be cluing into this on the TV, we assess our taxes in arrears. So when we talk about revenue for 2013, we're talking about taxes for 2012, mill levy for 2012. That's why these charts can be a little confusing in terms of what year we're talking about. But our revenue for 2013 is actually taxes that are due for property owners in 2000 who own the property in 2012, and it's actually January 1st, 2012. If I remember correctly, that's the year that they have to be the property owner for being assessed the taxes for the 2013 revenue.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there other questions on the mill levy?
Guess not, let's go.
Then we are done.
I think we're done. The only other change since the first reading has been that the board requested that the $250,000 for the airport conceptual work be removed, and we have done that.
So let me just find, we're doing a resolution summarizing revenues and expenditures for each fund and adopting a budget for Pickens County, Colorado for the calendar year 2013. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
This is a public hearing, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
My friend Lindy
Wave the flag.
waved the flag. So, are there members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion and a second for a resolution summarizing revenues and expenditures for each fund and adopting a budget for Pickens County, Colorado for the calendar year 2013. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next is a resolution appropriating sums of money to the various funds for Pickens County, Colorado 2013 budget year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Lindy, do we have to have a...
You can leave it open if you want for all three of these, but there is a public hearing on each one.
Okay. Well, are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Jack, you made the motion. Rob seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And the next resolution is a resolution levying the general property taxes for the year 2012 to help defray the cost of government for Pickens County, Colorado, and its special districts for the 2013 budget year.
I'd like to move approval.
Second.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to make a comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Are we through all the resolutions, which is...
Municipal share of county sales tax.
Okay, right. John, do you want to address, did we address this? The formula
For
for...
first reading, we did.
We did. And this is that we share back a percentage of the 2% sales tax that's collected by Picken County to the various municipalities in Picken County, Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt.
That's correct.
I would make a motion to approve this resolution establishing the formula for distribution of municipal share of county sales tax for the revenue year 2013.
Second.
This is also a public hearing?
Yes. Are there members of the public who wish to comment at this time on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, question. John, just for transparency's sake, what is the county sales tax number?
For this particular thing,
No, how much is it overall? What are we
well,
collecting?
our piece is 3.6. We have a 2%. There's a 1.5 of transit tax, and then there's the
Healthy Rivers.
Healthy Rivers and Streams, which is a 10th, in addition to the state at 2.9. So,
But at the end of the day, what do we arrive at, about 50%, roughly speaking, after the share back?
after this, we're at a fixed 43%.
Oh, so it's 43%.
We're fixed at 43.
Okay.
However, the distribution between the other three entities, the city of Aspen gets 43.05 or something. They get a share more than we do. And then I think that Snowmass Village is in the teens and Basalt's single
Less than 1%. Yeah, and the reason why I brought this up is to let the public know that though when you get your receipt, and there's a county sales tax, doesn't mean the county ends up with all of those dollars. Essentially, we share back and only end up with 43 cents out of $1. So,
well, it's 0.86 is what we get. So a little less than a penny of that tax.
yeah.
Per
So,
dollar.
it's not all our tax. That's the
Correct.
point. Thank you.
Rob?
Can you explain the reasoning behind the number 43 that's fixed for the county? Is there a rational reasoning behind that, or was it an arbitrary number picked out of a
You
hat?
probably need Oaken.
Years
It
ago.
has changed.
Yeah.
It was a mistake and still is.
That's a good question.
We need more.
Tom?
Yeah, the original 2% sales tax was voter approved in, I think, 1968 for collection first in 1969. And that resolution was actually a joint resolution with the city of Aspen, in which the city and the county were experiencing, well, primarily the city was experiencing pretty rapid growth at that period of time. And so it was looked to as a funding source for both the city's general fund and the county's general fund to deal with the expanding need for services. And for instance, the city, their side, agreed to use some of that sales tax revenue to fund recreational facilities and parks and so forth. And on the county side, our resolution says that a significant portion of it should go towards capital improvements, again, in response to the growth. So the original sharing between the city and the county was 53% city, 47% county, and where that came from, I don't know exactly. But that's where it started. Then in 1978, the town of Snowmass Village was incorporated, and so, they said, well, the county's sharing sales tax with the city of Aspen. We're another municipality now. Shouldn't we get a share? And so, with it at that time, there was another voter-approved question that modified the sales tax sharing ratio to be 43% county, 57% municipalities now. And Basalt, a portion of Basalt, is also in Pickton County. So they now get a share of the revenue as well. And as I recall, basically the adjustment was mostly to take it out of the county share as sales tax, while keeping the city of Aspen pretty much whole, where they had been before. And the rationale for that was that with the incorporation of Snowmass, they were going to take over some of the services that the county had provided previously, snow plowing and their own law enforcement up there and that kind of stuff. So that was a rationale for reducing the county's share of the revenue and basically transferring it to Snowmass Village.
George?
Are you done? I was going to follow up on that, Ron. It's interesting that when you mention the town of Basalt, because that agreement happened a few years back, probably prior to Basalt annexing west of town, which included City Market, and now includes a lot of retail, includes a whole subdivision as well as Whole Foods. So now they have hopefully a substantial potential substantial increase in terms of their tax base based on the development west of town now. So have we had any discussions or looking at revisiting that share?
Well, only really a sliver of Basalt is in Pickton County. So all of that development you're describing is actually in Eagle County.
Right.
And so the distribution of the municipal share of the county sales tax is what this resolution addresses. And basically it says that the 57% of the county's 2% sales tax that goes to the municipalities is split between Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt based on their relative collections of the county sales tax. So Basalt gets a very tiny amount because basically the sales tax, the retail portion in Basalt is like 7-Eleven and that small area in there. So really not much sales tax is being generated in Basalt for Pickton County, and Basalt is getting, a pretty small share back. I don't know, what is the actual percentage?
It's very small.
Okay, anyway.
There's not much economic.
Pretty tiny, so, it's not really, Basalt was just included in the deal when Snowmass came on board in order to be equitable, all the municipalities at that time.
Any more questions for staff? Did we have a motion?
Yes, in a second, I believe.
Is that right, Lindy?
Is this for the sales tax revenue?
Yes.
Yes.
And
We have a motion and a second, and you already opened and closed public.
Okay, good. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I don't have a question, but I wanted, since this is the last of our major budget discussions, to thank you all for your work on the budget this year. It's been a good process, and it feels very solid. I feel very comfortable that we are doing what we can within our financial constraints to well manage the resources of the county to protect them. So thank you very much.
Michael, may I?
Yes, Jack?
It being my last budget, you guys, I'm sure, are thankful of that. But I have to compliment staff. The last 2 years has just been tremendous. The work that staff internally has done, and of course John's new leadership and how we evolved. This has just been a great process, very transparent, very educational, step by step. And so I'm very pleased and just happy to make the motions to approve, and again, appreciative of all the hard work everyone does in this organization to get this done by the time we need to have it done.
Any other comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The next items are administrative actions. It's a certification of mill levies. John, do you want to?
Certainly. The state requires that you ratify both the mill rates and the amounts for property tax purposes. We have a pie chart here which shows in total what the county actually collects. I think the thing to talk about here is that although the check is always written to the county, the predominant amount of that money does not go to the county. If we look to the bottom right, or bottom left, the core services portion, which is $6.7 million, it's 6.4% of your check goes towards the core services.
This is your check for a property tax.
This is correct. The largest amount of the property tax goes to the schools, and that schools number includes the BOCC library. So, although we see $105 million projected for next year, core services portion will be $6.7 million.
Rob, did you have a question?
Well, it's just to point something out, another thing to note for the people looking and wondering about their property tax bill, and as you pointed out already, with the overall county money coming in, we're 6.4%, although there are many different unique districts within the county. So this pie chart might change, not significantly, but will change depending on whether or not you are in the city of Aspen, whether or not you are in the city of Basalt, whether or not you are in the library district of Basalt, whether or not you are in the Pickens County Library District, whether or not you are in the hospital district, whether or not you are in the ambulance district. All of these districts have unique territories, and if your property lies within those or not within those, you are assessed differently on your tax bill. This is an overall chart based on the total collections within all those districts in Pickens County.
Any other? Yes, Jeff?
Yeah, just a comment. When one consolidates the pieces of property tax revenues, not mistaken, my math is correct, out of the total tax bill, Pickens County arrives at about 22.5%. That's for core services, healthy community fund, open space, housing, library, translator. Well, and the ambulance kind of skewers that number because it wasn't separated out. But anyway, about 22% of whatever your tax bill is goes to Pickens County for all the great services that we provide, from public safety to snowplow and, of course, finance, all of that. So, boy, the schools and the special districts, they certainly, and municipalities really to a small part, because they're only 11.2%. But the schools, 41.3%, as we know, always an important component of the tax bill. Certainly, Pickens County does an awful great job for 22% of each dollar that goes to your tax bill.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I just, for information purposes as well, would like to ask a little, within the Pickens County taxing area, there's an awful lot of metro districts. And those run from Aspen Village Metro District, Brush Creek Metro District, Highlands Commercial Metro District, Holland Hills, Snowmass Village General Improvement District, W/J, on and on. And when you look at their mill levies, they're often, higher than Pickens County and the schools and CMC combined. And yet people might have a little bit of an impression that that's a property tax bill to Pickens County when it is kind of paying for anything from snow plowing to capital repairs to trash removal, almost like a homeowners association do.
In many cases, it is, in essence, the homeowners association do. Either districts have large projects, which they do through this way of collecting, or they actually do their homeowners association dues through it. So it can distort the look of it.
Yeah, it can really kind of change that nature
Yeah.
of feeling what you're paying to Pickton County versus what you're kind of paying to yourself.
And I would just add that, two things. One, those metro districts are separate political subdivisions from the county, so they are their own governing entity. And two, those mill levies are going to be much higher typically because they're only assessed against the properties within the district, which may just be the neighborhood that the metro district covers. And so you'll tend to see much higher mill levies to generate the revenue.
Thank you.
And maybe if you can pull up this next page, too, that has all these metro districts on it. And I'd just like to point out how well this page is done by the staff that put this together, because it, if you've got it in some sort of view there, I guess.
It's awfully small.
The way it's color coordinated in terms of understanding the change in the mill levy from 2011 to 2012. The red lines on this, and this is also on our website, Aspen Picton. Is it .org or .com? .com. On today's agenda, you should be able to pull this up. Actually, did that get fixed? Because it wasn't in our packet.
It wasn't in your packet because
But it's on the website.
Yeah, it's on the website.
Okay.
the certifications aren't due to us until Friday,
Gotcha.
and that's why. And I do have copies for any member of the public that may wish to have them.
So the red lines here will show significant increases in mill levies based on elections that were passed. And if you go down to the column of increase over last year, which is this last column here, you'll note that most of the increases, especially the ones that aren't in red lines, are about cost of living increases. They're around 2%. And that's what's allowable, again, by Tabor for these districts to increase their, or credit back what they're not increasing, they're actually taking back some previous credits that they've issued on their mill levy to keep their revenues growing consistent with inflation. But very, very well done chart.
Well, I'd like to acknowledge Debbie. This calculation is, without a doubt, the most complex and confusing thing that we do in finance. And I thank you, Debbie, for being there. It's quite bizarre when you get into the details.
Yeah, there was the nice little cheat sheet that explained which ones were fixed under Tabor, which ones were partially fixed under Tabor, which ones had full Tabor relief. And then just doing that calculation is amazing.
Yeah. It's taken years to get it right.
Good job.
And if I could offer just one other suggestion or comment about the metro districts. A lot of these metro districts have been self-imposed by in order to make significant improvements to roads or water or whatever. But one of the big advantages is that they're tax deductible, and so the homeowners would rather pay, well, two things. First of all, the homeowners association wants the bucks and wants to make sure that they get the revenues, and by means of property taxes, they're assured they're not dealing with liens on unpaid homeowners association dues. And secondly, as a homeowner, you do get the advantage of having it be tax deductible for your income tax purposes. So I think that's some of the reason that you see so many metro districts, but if you go to Eagle County, you'd be blown away about how many there are. We really don't have that many.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Is there a motion? Are we going to certify these mill
I
levies or
would make a
not?
motion, I'd make a motion to certify the mill levies and property tax revenues
Second.
for 2013.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is under administrative actions, is an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, acting on behalf of the Pickens County Department of Health and Human Service, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County, acting on behalf of the Garfield County Department of Human Services for the provision of child support enforcement services. Nan Sundin is here to present to us.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Every year, we enter into a contract with Garfield County to provide our child support enforcement services. Child support enforcement is a program that attempts to reduce child poverty by ensuring that parents support their children. And what happens is that there's usually a court order in a divorce or separation that requires the parent who does not have custody of the children to pay some amount to the parent with custody of the children. And this program helps us support and advocate for parents who are not able to collect those dollars. The services that we get from Garfield County is that they take an application, they spend time locating the parent who owes the money, they establish paternity, they establish and modify support orders from the court and enforce those orders, and they also establish and enforce medical support orders. We're amazingly lucky. We've had this agreement with Garfield County forever. I can't remember how long. And it's very inexpensive because there are economies of scale, and Garfield County has to do this for their residents, and they're able to do it for Pickens County residents very inexpensively, as you can see with the contract. We had, in state fiscal year 2012, approximately 90 cases of Pickens County residents who were requesting help with child support enforcement. And we were able to, Garfield County recovered about $300,000 in support for these families. And what's interesting to me is that only 17 of those 90 are actually new cases. So what that is that Garfield County stays involved with these families for periods of years to continue to help vulnerable parents and their children get the money that they need. So anyway, what I'm asking for in this resolution is the ability to sign this contract for 5 years as long as there's budget appropriated. It's a fairly simple, straightforward agreement, and it will make it easier for us, and we won't have to have emergency resolutions when I get the contract from Garfield County to be able to sign it and ensure that there's a continuity of care for the families who are involved in child support enforcement.
Any questions for Nan? Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to approve an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, acting on behalf of the Pickens County Department of Health and Human Services, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Board of County Commissioners of Garfield County, acting on behalf of the Garfield County Department of Human Services for the provision of child support enforcement services.
Second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
I'm going to make a comment.
Yes.
I would hope, Nan, that you could go back to those in Garfield County involved here and just thank them for Pickens County, the board, because this is long-term, and what a challenge it would be if we had to start from the ground up. So, very much appreciated.
Thank you, Jack.
Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Nan.
Thank you.
Thank Garfield County. Let's see, where are we?
Michael, just a reminder that we had the addition here of the salt and stall property acquisition, the emergency ordinance.
Okay, this is item 13, proposed to be item 13, emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, amending ordinance 0-2012 and authorizing salt and stall property acquisition. Dale, do you want to just give us a brief outline of this, please?
Sure. In several prior meetings, we've discussed the salt and stall project, and this ordinance doesn't change anything except it allows us to go ahead and close on this deal utilizing Pitkin County funding in anticipation of reimbursement by the partners that we now have. Just to summarize, the purchase price that we've negotiated is $5 million. Back in March, both this board as well as the Open Space and Trails Board had authorized an expenditure of $1,866,250 towards that purchase, and given the Open Space Department the challenge to go out and raise the balance, we've essentially done that. In July, both Eagle County and the town of Basalt made commitments for funding. Eagle County at $2 million, the town of Basalt at $500,000. We also were successful in winning a GOCO Open Space Grant Award of $600,000. All of those commitments are now subject to signed agreements where the various parties have appropriated those funds and have committed themselves to paying them. We're in a crunch, however, where some of the closing file is still being assembled and people are trying to leave on vacations. Different organizations, Eagle County, for example, has slightly different protocols than we do as far as which documents have to be reviewed at which levels of their government. And to make a long story short, we're not in a position to obtain funds from these various partners in 2012. So therefore, as we did with our recent Sky Mountain Park acquisition, the Open Space Board and staff are recommending that we amend the prior approvals to allow Pitkin County to go ahead and close on this deal if necessary this year, utilizing Pitkin County funds in an amount of $5 million towards the purchase price in reliance on the signed agreements we have for reimbursements that will occur next year.
Thank you, Dale. Any questions for Dale? Yes, Rob?
Not that I feel that any of these partners are going to back out on their agreement, but can you paint a picture for worst-case scenario here?
Well, I'm not in the worst-case business. That's John's business. But,
well, our business is a board to protect against the worst case, I think.
Well, I guess not to be flippant about it, the worst case is we'll end up owning this property, and let me think of things that could come about. I suppose it's possible in theory that any of these other government agencies could rescind their commitments. I would leave it to John to analyze what our remedies might be in that regard. We are relying on not new partnerships, but long-standing partnerships with all of them. In other words, we've done 3 or 4 open space deals with Basalt. We've done 3 with Eagle County. We've done I guess maybe a dozen with GOCO. And we've evolved to have a high level of good faith and confidence among the staff. The staff at every one of our partners have told us that all of our documents and all of that look great, but things like the legal descriptions that go with utility easements and that kind of thing aren't done. Now, in theory, I guess the worst case is someone says, but wait, there's a glitch in some meets and bounds description that didn't match something, and they try to use it as an out and leave us holding the bag.
I guess my personal opinion is the likelihood of something like that happening is extremely remote, provided that Pitkin County staff are able to assemble the last pieces of this closing file with John's assistance and deem it to be complete by the end of the year.
Thank you. George?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's just really a question of timing. We're at the end of the year, and a question of some of these other entities in terms of how they disperse monies. So I don't have any problem or issue. I have full faith that our partners, Eagle County, Town of Basalt, and GOCO will fulfill their obligations. And with that, I'd like to make a motion, if you would accept that.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to approve an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending ordinance 07-2012 and authorizing the salt install property acquisition.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I would just add to what George had commented that, Pitkin County has really a reputation and a protocol of working with our property owners in the community. This property is key to preserving the agricultural heritage of the Emma area, potentially creating some greater access points as needed for things such as the movement of cattle and people. And that we're embarking on this in an attempt, as it is required, it may not be, so that we can close with the property owner in 2013 as it affects their taxes and their capital gain taxes. If we can't get all the appropriate pieces together for our own staff's comfort level, we won't exercise this. This is an emergency ordinance to have some flexibility. So should there be an extension of the contract till 2013, we close under those sort of more normal procedures, that'd be fine. If we need to close by December 31st in order to work with the property owner for their benefit related to capital gains and kind of some of the uncertainty in the tax code going forward, we can do that. So I see this, just as being able to be on a dual path, and again to work fairly and straightforwardly with the property owner we're dealing with.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, this is certainly a complex issue for me. On the ground, as it were, looking at the ranch, it might make good sense to purchase this property for open space reasons and for the potential where we can have community gardening, growing food. That's positive. But I've had to evolve on this. This is a negotiated deal where Dale and everyone on his team and our partners have worked their butts off with this homeowner, but I've evolved to the point of opposing this because I am very concerned about the impacts of recreation and the linkage of this property to an area that really potentially, does have impacts currently, and we even heard yesterday there are encroachments onto the crown as a result of people going with fat tires. It's a real problem. I'm thinking that with this additional access from the Roaring Fork side of the valley versus the other side where you have Prince Creek, etc., I'm very concerned about the impacts on wildlife, etc., so I will respectfully decline to support this. I absolutely agree, though, with George and Rachel in their comments that I don't believe there's any jeopardy here per se. I have confidence the partners of Eagle County, Basalt, and GOCO will come through as their processes allow. So that's not my problem. My problem is where I was when we actually approved this in the past, or the majority of the board did, relative to that very specific issue of impacts on wildlife. And closures just sometimes, as we heard yesterday, aren't respected.
Thank you, Jack. Any further questions or comments? There was a motion. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Respectfully opposed.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Let's see. The next items are land use consent public hearings. We have the PT Barn LLC, 1892 Castle Creek LLC, PT Ranch House LLC, activity envelope and site plan review for river restoration. This has been continued to January 23rd, 2013. Are there members of the public who wish to address this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this. Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to continue this item to January 23rd of 2013.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is the Nakagawa Annual Review, and this has been continued to January 23rd also. Are there members of the public who wish to address this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item. Is there a motion to continue?
Approve.
To continue.
Yeah, move to approve the continuation, but more specifically the continuation.
Second.
Thanks for that, Claire.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next is land use public hearings. The first item is land use code amendment accessibility. This is the second reading. Joanna, do you want to lead off the discussion on this, please?
Yes, thank you. With me today is Merle Rambo. Merle is our instigator in these matters today. We're here at second reading for a code amendment to building height, setbacks, floor area, and growth management. And the purpose of these code amendments are to provide accessibility in residences throughout Pickens County. We are seeking to provide access to parking areas, from a parking area to the entrance of the residence, to provide elevator access between floors, to provide access to kitchen, dining, social, and living areas and related toilet areas, bathroom and bedroom accessibility, and a secondary egress to grade. All of these proposed amendments were approved by P&Z. Originally staff had limited the availability of these amendments. P&Z made it more available. Originally we had intended to provide relief in zone districts where they had floor area limitations through ratios, and they were unable to exceed their floor area because of the ratio and also because of growth management. P&Z decided that they liked the idea so much that they wanted to make it more available and included other zone districts where we have 5750 caps, growth management caps. It's important to note that the proposed code amendments are not proposed for all zone districts within the county. Right now it's just for residential development. We do not include commercial, historic zone districts. It's not in the rural and remote. It's not in the transitional zones. So we are prepared to, we have additional handouts if anybody would like additional information. We are prepared to make this conversation as long or as short as you deem necessary.
Remind me, Joanna, at our first hearing on this subject, the board moved it forward, is that right?
Yes, the board moved it forward. They wanted to approve it so we get something on the books, and they directed staff to prepare code amendments to it to perhaps look at incentives to increase the availability and create a housing stock of accessible homes.
Thank you. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I was not here at the meeting where this had first reading. I was attending Colorado County's annual meeting in Colorado Springs on behalf of the board. So I do have a number of questions. I'd like to say from the beginning that in general I'm very supportive of the concept, and I'm just not really entirely sure of some of the applicability. Will the new code effectively bounce our home limit up to 6,100 square feet? Will someone with new construction be able to apply for their 5750 home plus a 3,500 square foot exemption for accessibility purposes? For new construction?
For a new construction, if you are in a zone district with a ratio, you can have 350 square feet additional to provide for general living areas, 100 square feet per level for an accessible qualified elevator. If you have an accessory structure, you can have another 50 square feet. And so, in effect, yes, that would be in addition to the 5750.
Okay, I guess this is my biggest concern with this. I mean, again, I'd love to see these sort of things designed into homes, but it seems like an allowance of 5750 for a home to begin with that is new construction should be adequate, that a very small percentage of the space can be allotted towards, these sort of features.
Okay, I misspoke.
Okay.
At first I said that was for zone districts with ratios.
Yeah.
In our zone districts where we have a 5750 cap, new residences get 575 square feet only, and that is in addition to the 5750.
So they get 575
square feet.
75. Again, I mean, we're just approving 6,200 square foot homes now. That's a major policy change to me. And I just can't go there. I was approached quite a while ago with a phone call from Jody, who I see in the back, to say, we're having some problems with some homes in Mountain Valley, older homes that would like to be retrofit for accessibility purposes. And I said, talk to staff. I think that makes sense. That's dramatically different than saying we're handing out a new bonus to new construction, to new homes, because otherwise they won't program it in themselves. They won't think that maybe the resale of this home would be benefited by having a handicapped accessible elevator, or that we should make some provision for it in the space. I mean, more than anything, our board has talked consistently about our 5750 homes too big and too much impact within the community. Depending on where you are, there's now larger exemptions for outdoor agricultural structures as well, which I've supported. But this has grown, to my mind, from something that was how do we assist with existing stock, existing homes where people may not have thought about the accessibility issues or what's going to happen to them themselves as they age and what they would like in their home, to encouraging larger homes throughout the entire county, or almost the entire county. So those are problems for me. And, I have to ask this kind of question. If it's a home larger than 5750, if it's a home that's going to use a TDR or two to get up to 8,000 or 9,000 square feet, do they still eligible for this bonus? And they don't even have to make that new elevator at an 8,000 square foot house come out of their TDR square footage. I just think this is a real backwards move on size and growth management in the county. Again, I'm not trying to go against Americans with Disability. I'm a firm supporter and have been in many aspects of our affordable housing and other programs. But this, to me, misses the mark of incentivizing and offering a painless avenue for retrofitting existing residents, to now saying we have found a new reason to bump up the 5750 standard.
Rachel, we struggled with that same question.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, a lot. It was a very long hearing, and we hit on those questions. I think where we came down was that it's not actually a bonus of any sort. That it is necessary to have. Otherwise, people simply won't have it in their structure, and certainly a developer who's doing a spec house just won't do it. And because he'll be penalized, that space will come out of his 5750. So there was a struggle about it, and quite frankly, I think we came down on the side of, it will mean that large structures of 5750 will have incorporated in accessibility because there's no penalty associated with it, and that was important to the rest of the commissioners. But it is a struggle, because it isn't a size bonus. although there's an increase in square footage, actually it's just larger hallways, a footprint for an elevator. There's no sense of that this is somehow going to be incorporated and not be used for accessibility issues.
Well, was there any discussion, and I realize it's a broader issue, but to say perhaps our home standards should be 5150, and if someone would like to add accessibility features, then they can go up to 5750. But why take the 5750, which again, we've kind of repeatedly asked, is this more square footage than most families need, and the amount of impact within the community of those size homes, whether it's energy consumption or services, and again, to hear that this is a bonus additionally available to someone building a 10,000 square foot home, because within their use of the 2 new TDRs for extra square footage, that it's not enough to actually put a handicapped accessible features into that home. So I would be more inclined to say, how do we create this as an incentive that people want to take advantage of, coming from by lowering the base side of a home, and ensure that people build it in, because that way they can maximize their home size, rather than say it has to be an incentive for more. I just think that this has gone to the wrong direction. I really particularly would like to separate new growth from old growth, and then we can allow the things for old growth to go forward for existing structures. But I think a far greater discussion needs to be had about what you really can fit inside a 5750 square foot home without having to, have new incentives.
I mean, this is a long discussion. I think we need to address it. The rest of the board can. Rob and then George.
Sorry, I'm just writing something down. A couple of comments. One, I think we had a discussion pretty lengthily about those topics, but for me personally, I kind of saw it coming from the other side, that a handicapped person or someone in a wheelchair or with special needs is really getting penalized within our current system to have use their square footage for various things, whether it be ramps instead of staircases, whether it be having to have an elevator or lift operation, or whether it have to be larger hallways indoors. I think it's a disadvantage, and I said this in the last meeting. My grandfather, for the life that I knew him, which was the later part of his life, was in a wheelchair, and half of his house was handicap accessible, and it was larger kitchens, which a normal person building 5750, unless you have that disability, you're not going to put in handicap kitchen. If you've ever been in a fully accessible handicapped house, you're not going to build those things just to get an extra 500 square feet. For normal, that's an awful word to say. I apologize for that.
Non-disabled.
We're all normal, even disabled people. For people that are not, it's awful. I can't believe I said that. For people that are not in wheelchairs and don't have those sorts of special needs, those people aren't going to build a handicap accessible kitchen just to get an extra 100 feet in their kitchen, an extra 20 feet in each bathroom, an extra whatever, there's actually a good chart in here of what a house would look like with the handicap accessibilities and what it would look without. So I don't think it's going to be taken advantage of or used in those ways. The other 2 points is this code amendment requires 100% accessibility. And I would like to see that in additional codes to be brought so that they could have a caregiver whose room doesn't have to be handicap accessibility, but maybe you add 100 square feet if just a portion of the house, because often these people have caretakers. My grandmother was the caretaker for my grandfather. They had separate bedrooms when he had special needs in certain part of the house, and she didn't. And there were areas, his office and her was separate areas. And then the last thing that we came to with this is that this is a trial run, and how many houses, and when this comes back for review, and I think we requested that we have a regular review of this, how many houses are going to be built or utilized for this, what's going to happen, are people taking advantage of it, and we'll see at that point. It's a flexible code for future amendments. But I don't see the fact that, within the next year, whatever time we set a review period for this, someone coming in there and saying, I'm going to have handicap rails on this toilet, handicap toilets, handicap sinks, handicap kitchen, handicap dishwashers, handicap cabinets, handicap ramps, handicap hallways, handicap doors, just so I can get an additional 10% on my 5750 home. But mostly, I go back to that first thing. I see it as we are disadvantaging those that have special needs.
George?
Yeah, Rachel, I raised those similar concerns, and I was the one that was trying to push staff to come up with some other incentives, because, as you know, I'm certainly not a fan of larger home sizes. But I also want to clarify this question, and maybe I missed it. The question you asked was, if someone is going to have the ability to expand from 5750 vis-a-vis a TDR, so another 2,500 square feet, do they then, in addition, get this additional square footage?
The way it's written right now, they would, yes. It's in addition to what, the TDR is, the additional 2,500 square feet is offset by the TDR. This is an amendment this is an exemption from growth management.
Yeah. So I missed that the first go-around, so I'm glad you brought that up. So I would have a serious concern about that part of it, for sure.
Yeah.
No, I saw you shake. I think one person was nodding and one was shaking. There seemed to be some disagreement.
I think we'd like to address 100% accessibility versus 100% compliance, because they do not equate. So we'd like to address that a little bit.
But does that address the question? I mean, I think we have to clear up George's and Rachel's questions first, and then we'll go from there. So Merle, or Mr. Rambo, as I like to call you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the board today. In a new residence, the writing of this currently stands at a 575 square foot maximum. So there's nothing in this writing of the proposed code that would allow TDRs to increase that. And as Mr. Hittner said, this is the intent, and I'm going back to Rachel's comment because I think yours is very important, the TDRs could greatly expand it. And back, I think, maybe to some of the things that Rachel has said, during the 9 months or so that various people have been working on this, the main spine, the backbone, the foundation of this whole effort has been to accomplish what you mentioned, to allow people who have existing homes to let people freely get into those homes, whether they be a resident or a visitor, and that they would find the same amount of living area at the end of the day or at the end of this particular amendment as they had to begin with. They could simply get to it, as could the visitors. As P&Z looked at this, they expanded it, and in the spirit of expanding it, P&Z voted unanimously to try and make some provision for new homes and for 5750 homes. But in the process of doing that, they went through the same struggles as this group. And I think one of the things that stands out to me is that the way this particular amendment is written requires 100% compliance. So as Rob listed a number of areas in the home, be it the kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, in effect every level that's accessible and contains living space would be enjoined by an elevator or ramps. So the idea of adding any living space was somewhat foreign to the birth of this entire amendment. I'm being politically correct. But on the other hand, the issue of 100% compliance and 100% accessibility lends itself to this as well, in that you don't have to have every feature of a house comply in order to meet the ANSI standards that are being cited, the national standards that are being cited, but you do have to have that general accessibility to each of those levels. I would add to that, again, if the new homes are considered for this, as they currently are, they would fall under the same 36-month review period. And I would agree with Mr. Hittner's comments that because of the expense of doing this and the end effect of not creating living space, quote, living space, that regardless of our ability to maneuver from one space to another, this is not about creating living space. So I would foresee, and again in tying together several comments that I've heard here, starting with your own, I would foresee that there are changes likely to come to this. And in one of the comments that Rob also made, we went back and we looked at what would it take if you did pass this amendment today, which we hope you do. If you would pass it, what would it take to do an amendment that would allow it to be applied to partial situations for existing homes? Well, there's nothing on the back of the page. It's one page. My point being, and this is something that would have to go through P&Z and so forth, but if the backbone of this were approved, it's my best belief, and I'm saying this as an individual member of your community, which I'm very proud to be a homeowner here now, but I'm saying this as an individual as opposed to an expert, but then again I have to fall back that I probably am somewhat experienced in this area by my background. I would imagine that you would gradually phase out of this for your larger, truly new construction homes and simply adopt ANSI and say you have to comply with a limited amount of that code. But the definition of that limited amount of the code could perhaps be in the county's mind for a first step a year or two from now to provide all 3-foot wide doorways and to make other provisions which have no appreciable difference on the cost of a home if you've got a 2 or 3 year warning period to builders that this is something that's coming. Other communities have done this. So what you're saying might be as natural of a second shoe falling as the third shoe falling might be, or for someone else whose shoes can't fall, it might be the difference that allows that new home after a grace period, so to speak, after an introductory period, a softening of the beachhead or whatever we want to call it, it might allow you to change your regular codes to provide at least the beneficial areas that can be built in with virtually no cost, and perhaps to even require people several years from now in building that new 5750 home to have a designated area where an elevator could be placed in it and where one single elevator would provide access, but not require that homeowner to buy the elevator at that point. So all of a sudden, the whole commitment to being a lifelong community may recognize that transitional homes can be built that could be exchanged to be accessible without penalizing any of the builders, which is the other side of what was discussed somewhat at the last meeting, that I don't believe anyone wants to go to the point of causing great additional expense, but if someone's building a 5750 square foot home, the amount that would have to be changed starting at the root of planning that before it's even been placed on paper by its architect, the amount of changes to set it up for future use are less than 1% of the cost of the home. But it takes a few years' warning to treat people fairly in that whole process, and that, at least in my own personal mind, is part of the rationale I think that P&Z looked at, and perhaps this group as well, in saying that during the transitional period, fine, if you have an existing new residence that's already 5750, the way this is written, you can't get as much of a benefit. For the existing residence that's 5750, you can basically add an elevator. But if it is new construction, it's that 575 square feet. I don't know if that's a precise number, but I think it was geared to an interim period. And again, being somewhat responsible for the authorship of this, I see that as an interim step, just as I see, again, being able to do this for a portion of a residence, and that portion of a residence should also apply in the future to new residences once this acclimation period is over. And I think in reasonable projections, we will see some of what that first phone call to you was about or whatever. We will see some people who are potentially in their 20s, 30s, or 3 years old, as or 2 years old as Mr. Sears' daughter is, we're going to see some people who will actually upgrade their construction stock that they currently own, but because of the amount of time it takes and the fact that it's solely funded by that resident, I can say in the case of my particular example, it's a $700,000 plus commitment above and beyond anything else I would do just to do this. Maybe everybody's not ready to do that. It's not that easy sometimes. But I do, again, see this as being transitional. I see within this 3-year period, perhaps you'll have a half a dozen homes that will actually come in and say, we're ready to do this 100%. I think if you follow up in perhaps January, February, March, a period like that that's right in front of us, with an additional amendment or an extension of the amendment, actually it would be a separate amendment technically. If you follow up with that for partial compliance, you might see perhaps a dozen or 20 more homes come into it. For new homes, I would be greatly surprised if within this 36-year, I misspoke, 36-month acclimation period and review period, I don't think you're going to see very many new homes. If you saw more than 3 or 4, I would be surprised in that period. Again, because of the cost and the builder not getting much of a return on that cost, it almost has to be a person who purpose builds that new house who can't get in otherwise. Because of the writing of this, it's going to require them to create non-living space. It's access space, but it's not living space. I don't think you're going to see a lot of people that do it.
Yes, George.
I still want to follow up because do we have, in this recital, do we have this written out specifically that it's limited to the ability to add on for the new home only 5750 plus, so we're not going to get into a TDR issue?
We have not addressed TDRs in this. This is intended as a growth management exemption.
So it's a bonus available to any home of any size that's legally...
So I would definitely want to have that change to limit this for, so someone can't take advantage of a TDR and then get an additional 575 square feet on top of that. I mean,
could they take advantage of a TDR after they made their home accessible?
Well, they have to go through the normal process of TDRs then, but...
May I interject something before I forget? The way it's written right now is that a 575 square foot exemption for one compliant newly constructed single-family residence per site is available. It's not written by percentage, so it is a lump sum maximum. So if nothing were written into it to allow the TDR to be added, they would have no additional eligibility. Alternatively, I think maybe where Joanna's going is if they later applied for a TDR, most counties would deduct this from the TDR. My personal comment.
My feeling is just that some of this has not been thought all the way through. And can you add it on to a home that's 10,000 square feet with a two TDRs or more? It's just one example of where it potentially isn't thought through. And, I agree with a lot of what you're saying in that to the extent this should be addressed, if it's kind of like saying we have these new goals for fire safety, we're adopting these new building codes for fire safety, this is what the building code is. Not saying, well, in order to incentivize everyone to come up to the new fire codes, we're going to give everyone another 400 square feet for where they put their sprinkler system and where they put their this and where they put their that. When homes are already so big, if we had 3,000 square foot homes or 3,500 square foot homes, I would feel differently about it. I think that it's more a matter of us adopting codes that say your doors shall be this wide, you shall do that, you shall do this, so that those homes are visitable in the future and so on. But I'm really nervous that what started organically with a really good intention and a good route of retrofitting existing residences, I've gotten very confused now between this 100% compliant and 100% accessibility. Does that mean that if someone has a step-up living room or step-down living room from the kitchen, they will have to put a ramp in next to that stairway? No, they won't. So it's not as if the rest of the home, the new 5750, has to be designed to actually accommodate handicapped folks. And I've been in a lot of 5750 homes and larger. I'm yet to go in one that has a bathroom that isn't bigger than my living room already, and full ability to maneuver the wheelchair around as needed. I don't see people installing lower level kitchen counters in their new $600,000 kitchen just because they may need it someday. Maybe they'll install those later, or they'll retrofit them if they need lower counters, but lower counters are awkward for an able-bodied person to use. So we're allowing this space exemption on a kind of a women of prayer that the rest of the house will then be accessible. There's nothing that says, I'm just not seeing it. We're not going to see handrails put up and ramps between levels within apartments. No one is going to make their spec home look that way unless it's intention built, as you have said, towards a family that has handicapped individuals within it, or is doing a little bit of better long-term planning for their own needs. But the spec homes that are being sold aren't going to be showing off their handicap features. And it's the ones that are more organic to the design of a home, such as a wider door, that should be part of our code. So I just don't think this is all the way thought through. I would be supportive of moving back to the original intention, which was allowance for retrofitting existing structures where people need to go forward with some improvements now, and finding an easy and clear path for that, absolutely. But, the broader changes to 5750, I hark back to thinking about the incredibly long, damaging hearings the previous Board of County Commissioners had to determine what was the appropriate home size as a baseline home size at 5750, and it was thought that could really pretty much accommodate what most people really need in a home. And if those sort of features that people do need in a home are not being designed into those 5750 homes, I see it as another different flaw in our land use codes that isn't fixed by just adding on more square footage and hoping for the best outcome.
Jack.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very complex issue. We had a long agenda item hearing last time, and we dealt with multiple issues, and I can only speak for myself. I voted for this last time because, some of what I thought were the inadequacies were going to be addressed in another process, another amendment, etc., and so I could live with that. But I think you bring up something critical to the point that, this is actually a threshold question about what we're doing here concerning house size. At the end of the day, and I was elected just after the board went through all that brain damage to determine house sizes and etc. And, we've lived with that. We've had discussions about even reducing home sizes on this board, and I have clearly stated that I didn't want to reduce whatever the numbers in the categories are, the sections of the code, I mean, not categories, because of a sense of fairness about, here's where we are, without a complete review of everything that went into where we're at now. I'm okay with the status quo. I absolutely support this. This is necessary, I believe, for the current situation in existing homes. There's just no question about it. But when I think of my experience, and I'm sure that I've worked as a carpenter on 20-plus homes from the ground up, some element of the home, I should say, to clarify. When you build a new home, you can put the blocking in easy enough. You can design certain elements of access without going to that huge expense that you have mentioned because it's all about the design. And so I really appreciate you raising this, Rachel. I still haven't decided how I can digest this, because I don't like the fact that we might end up having 6,200 plus square foot homes as a matter of right if you go use this, access this section of the code. And if we want to talk about an evolution of a process, which I bought into last time, I'd like to delete this section A under section 52070K. Let me follow all the way through here. Anyway, 2A, which says a 575 square foot exemption for one compliant newly constructed single-family residence per site. I'd like to delete that. I guess my question for staff would be, if we delete this, I believe we have the discretion as a commissioner not to have to agree with the P&Z. We can just, if the majority agrees.
Narrowing it down, not increasing it.
Exactly. So, I'm actually ready to make a motion here, but my motion will include an amendment to this language or a deletion.
Chad, can we hold that motion?
Absolutely, Michael. Discussion is important here.
I think we need more discussion. My view is that this is not going to affect larger houses, given that it's a fixed number of square feet. The larger the house, the much less likely you are to take advantage of this in the first place. Where it makes a difference is in smaller houses. That's where it's going to be used within this first 3 years, because it's a fixed number of square feet. And if you have a 5750 or a larger house, you're just simply not going to use it. It just doesn't make sense because of the additional cost. I think where we should go with the larger houses, and I don't think we need to go now, but I think we should leave this in right now to up to 5750. And we have a time limit here of 3 years. There's no construction going on. Let's keep that in mind. There's a little bit, but there's not.
A lot of approval sitting on the table.
I drive along McLean Flats Road. There's 2 large houses being constructed there. I'll give you that. And there's commercial projects going on. But there isn't the kind of level of construction that we had pre-2008. So the idea here is just to incentivize, I think, the development of these kind of structures that have accessibility and visitability. I really don't see it as a way of cheating your way into larger houses. I just don't. That's the wrong approach to take on this.
I know I didn't use that term.
Well, but that's essentially what the underlying sentiment is here. And I think that we need to be bold. We need to make sure that this is taken advantage of. We need to build up our stock of accessible houses here. We need to see in the 3 years exactly how this is used. It's not a danger to the ecology of house building in Pickens County to have 575 feet exemption for accessibility. And going forward, then, I think, on larger structures, we need to start saying you will have this size door opening, you will have these allowances for accessibility. You don't necessarily have to be accessible compliant, but there needs to be the ability to convert very easily to an entirely accessible house. And I think, for the sake of building a better future for people, I think we need to go ahead with this and come with a positive attitude towards this amendment that's been brought forth. And I really don't like the negative approach to here, the way people might take advantage of this. I have people who are friends who are disabled, and it is extremely distressing to me to see when they can't come with you to do things because they simply can't enter the structure. It's terrible. So let's try to be more positive about this. That's my approach. Rob?
Michael, I agree with you. And again, the view at which I view this is that to some extent the current code is discriminatory or penalizing to those with special needs. And if a person with a wheelchair were told on a city bus that they have to sit in the same amount of space as any other person that doesn't have that wheelchair, it would be horrifying to those people. And all this code is saying is if you want to build your house with these special need things, which are not an asset, in my opinion, to anybody who wants to build a 5750 house that's not going to be utilizing this, they are just going to have the same amount of livable space, because this is not livable space that we're talking about. I don't think it's going to be used as adding to livable space. And, with this as a first step to, as you said, looking at our code to a broader sense to what we should do without a major cost to the builders or developers, I just don't see it being taken advantage of the way, or detrimental to our building code to have this as it's written at this point.
Rachel?
Thank you. I suppose my major point has gotten lost here, but I still would have to come back to what was it that the county determined that 5750 was an appropriate single-family home size to accommodate all the needs of a family, whether that's in childhood and storage of toys, or whether that's in old age and a grandmother room or anything like that. 5750, it's almost a symptom of Pickens County that we call those the smaller homes. A single-family home size in the country used to be huge to be considered 2,000 square feet. Then it was 3,600 square feet, then 4,600 square feet. The term McMansions became popular, and now we're at 5750, and we say a family cannot live comfortably or accessibly without a 6,200 square foot home. That's the evolution of this that I'm concerned about. I have, at the table here, reviewed any number of plans for larger homes that have elevators in those homes already. That they found room for the 5750 because of the topography of the site. Within their 5750 to make them accessible because of the topography of the site, the convenience they wanted, handicapped or not. They didn't want to have to walk up to the third floor of the residence, and they found a way to program that into the 5750. I think that this is a bit of a wing and a prayer that it's going to encourage the actual type of accessibility and visitability that you would like. I don't see the follow through within the code. As I say, if this is going to be there, then within the house there shouldn't be sunken living rooms. Okay, you get into the first floor, we have the elevator now, and there's 3 steps down to the living room floor. It totally contradicts what we are just saying. Are we going to be reviewing that all floors are flat on every level of a new construction if they're going to take advantage of this? Are they going to be putting in some of the other features? Maybe they don't all need to be there, but the foundation for it is. I think that what is being pointed out is clearly a shortcoming in our own code that we have not modernized as other communities have to make these sort of requirements of any construction, of new construction. I have a lot of empathy for the friends and individuals Michael, who have handicaps and are struggling with those. Often that's about existing construction and the livability of their own homes. And as I've said, I'm very happy to see an exemption go forward. But I have for existing construction, I have a feeling that, like other things, this is going to fall to the bottom of the plate, and we're going to get close to the 3-year renewal, exemption, whatever. There won't have been building code changes. There won't have been a trial run, and it is going to be impossible to, quote, take back that 575 square foot bonus from the code later. You know, you open a door, it stays open. It's very, very difficult to say, here was a bonus we used to do, but now on, anyone who does build 5750, they just have to include these elements in their programming and in their design. I don't see us actually doing the work that's necessary to make this a sound code and a valuable code change. And, you know, we have things that boil up at times. They become the hot issue, they calm down, they become the hot issue, they calm down. I don't know that growth in Picken County has ever not been an issue, and that this board is the safeguards and the body that looks at what is the cumulative impact of all that growth. The Aspen Area Community Plan, one of the single biggest things it ever had to struggle with was the number of residents saying, look at these incredibly larger homes that are being built up Castle Creek Valley, up Maroon Creek Valley, up Independence Pass, that they're not consistent with our character. And, you know, if we don't have the appropriate incentives and disincentives for Americans with a disability access and the standards that are considered the norm now, to compel those to be within a 5750 home, then that's a flaw in the code. But to say the only way we can fix this, the only way we can address this, the only way to move forward is to now start to have 6,200 square foot homes within the county, I think that's wrong. And, you know, that's just my fundamental disagreement. I think we can fix the problem and address the problem, but maybe it takes more work than just saying, here's a housing bonus.
Yeah. George?
I really agree with Rachel, and I like Jack's idea in terms of just deleting this one line. The original proposal, the original intent was to allow the ability to upgrade an existing unit.
Yes.
And P&Z went a step further. The problem, and I've noticed actually recently with P&Z vis-a-vis comments, is we've asked for their comments in our board package so we have a better understanding in terms of their thought process, but we haven't reciprocated. And I think that's an area that we need to look at, because as we've just seen, you know, when we've had a 4-member board or a 3-member board or a 5-member, you're able to get different points of views and you're able to expand the discussion. And I think if and when we send things back to P&Z or vice versa, that they should be have the ability to hear or read our thoughts and how our concerns. So we're not making our decisions in a void. We look at their comments and vice versa. So that's something I think we need to really look at. And I think perhaps with P&Z having listened in on this discussion or being able to mold these ideas around, you know, they may have changed, or we don't know. So that's something we should work on. But I would support the original intent, because that was my original concern, and it still is. I don't think someone's going to cheat. That's really not my concern. But I think it just allows the ability to continue to expand. And as Rachel said, when you get into a home over 5,000 square feet, I've never seen a bathroom that's 100 square feet in size. And I have a brand new 5750 being built next to me right now, and there's going to be another one next to that. So the good news is that the construction industry is slowly recovering, and we're going to see people take advantage of the ability to build out as much as they can. And a spec builder may take a chance and take advantage of this, and then what you may end up having is a white elephant. And I've got a white elephant in my road that's been sitting there for 15 years. So I think we take this a step at a time. I think we address the immediate concerns and the initial proposal and move this forward that way.
This is a public hearing, and there are members of the public out there. Is there anyone who wishes to speak at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is Barrett Sear, and I'm new to the disabled community. Rachel, you weren't here for the last conversation that we had. Two things that struck me. One was Dennis Murray's comment about this being like an initial step into allowing more accessible homes in Pitkin County. And he shared my family, I have a 3.5-year-old daughter. She's in a wheelchair and will be for her life. And it's hard. It's hard taking her to other households in this community and bringing the wheelchair. Oftentimes I'm carrying her in the wheelchair and lifting her up, and it's difficult. So I guess I would put it to this group that whatever change you can, and I guess I understand this magical 5750 number. I'm a builder. I grew up in a 2,000 square foot home outside of Boston, Massachusetts. The home was sufficient for me and my family growing up, and we built these enormous homes, and it seems ludicrous at times. So I understand your position, but I also do understand right now what I shared with the group was we're about to build a home, hopefully in W/J Ranch, 3,000 square foot home, which would be sufficient for myself and my wife and my 2 children, should one of them not have a disability. And we talk about financially, Rob mentioned that I would not spend the additional money, at what, $500 a square foot to build another so to be another $250,000 to make that house accessible for my daughter, should she have not been in a wheelchair. So I think there are certain things that we can try to, I was going to bring Dennis's comment back that he'll go to friends' homes and he'll have to get carried up the stairs, and he'll be able to wheel around somewhat comfortably in the home, but when it comes time to go to the bathroom, he has to urinate off the deck. And man, that struck me. It struck me as being that this proposal that you have in front of you, it has the ability to affect people's lives.
Yes, ma'am.
So Andrea, I'm Kim Raymond. I'm an architect working with Barrett and his family on their house. And in working with Barrett and meeting the little girls and just seeing how the one can run around on 2 feet and the other one's in a chair, the thing that's really struck me is trying to make the one in the chair, her name is Jaden, trying to make Jaden's life as, going back to the word normal, or as easy as Desi, her sister. When they're just playing together, you can see how Jaden has a very different experience in life. And trying to design a house for her, or for anyone else in a wheelchair for that matter, it's as much a psychological thing as a physical thing. As far as what Barry reminded us of Dennis's comment, he doesn't even go to a lot of the parties his friends have, because his friends can carry him up, but after a bunch of beers, he doesn't want those same friends to carry him back down the stairs. He doesn't like peeing off the deck. So with Jaden and Desi, and just with Barrett and Biss, the parents, trying to have their little girl have as emotionally unstressful life as they can, being able to get around and use the whole house and not have a constant reminder, oh yeah, I'm in a wheelchair, I can't go that way. Oh yeah, I can't chase my sister this way. And we've gone through great lengths trying to make their house, because their house at W/J is limited in size to 3,000 square feet. And sure, when Bear was growing up in 2,000 square feet, and nobody was in a wheelchair, and nobody had as much gear or toys or whatever as people have now, it was okay. But now just trying to make a bathroom on every level accessible, trying to make it so Jaden can go with her sister or one of her parents anywhere in the house, has been a bit of a challenge. And it's not like there's another 400 square foot room on the house. It's just that every bathroom has to have that big circle in the middle, so Jaden can go in use the facility, turn around and come back out. So she can go in the kitchen and go actually all the way around the island and get to any drawer or the refrigerator. Be able to get to the elevator without having to do a 5-point turn. And so, especially in the smaller homes, I think it's incredibly important that we have this allowance. And like we've said, it's not going to be that the houses get so much bigger. They're going to be the walls just move a tiny bit, the exterior walls. But then we have the space for someone like Jaden, as she gets older, she's a teenager and life changes and your emotions change, but she's going to have a constant reminder that she has a different life to deal with than her sister. And I think that as a board, we all talked about last time that this was very important. And I think we're at a kind of a threshold right now where we can't just let this die because we're afraid bigger homes are going to get too big. And perhaps what we need to do is look at the way we address the bigger homes, but the smaller ones like at W/J, or ones that are less than 5750, we need to make sure that this can go on. So that Barrett and his family can actually have a house. They have to sell the current house they live in because Jaden can't get to different places. It's just far too expensive and far too much of an encumbrance to try to make that house work. So I would ask you please to look at that, so at least the smaller houses and also the houses that are existing can be remodeled, even the 5750 houses, because that's critical for our whole community.
You don't need to. I mean, they're allowed to.
Yes, sir. I would want to be...
Could you identify yourself?
My name's Jody Edwards. I would want to be very careful with the proposal that Jack is talking about in eliminating paragraph K to A. Because what you do if you do that is you take this out of a whole bunch of zone districts. If the concern is large houses, yes, most of them occur in those particular zone districts, but why don't you just put a cap on it and just say you can't have the exemption if your house exceeds 5750 after the exemption, and force people to build it with whatever zone district they're in, build it within whatever your cap is. If the house size is the issue, I don't think your issue is whether it's in the AR10, RS20, RS30 zone district or the R6, R15, R15A zone districts. So I would be careful with taking the butcher knife where you need a scalpel. Second thing, there was a lot of discussion last meeting, Rachel, where I think, and maybe we could get into a little bit of it again this time, where Merle explained what all is required to meet this standard that's at the beginning of this subparagraph K introduction. And my takeaway, and having discussed this with Merle at some length in the past, is you're not going to have the kind of houses you were describing a minute ago where somebody doesn't have rails in the bathroom and doesn't have, or has steps into a sunken living room with no ramps. That's not the kind of thing that this requires. Now, I'm not the architect, Merle is. He can explain that a heck of a lot better than I can because he's had all the experience with it. But I don't think there is the possibility for the type of abuse you guys are talking about. It's more, wider hallways and a bathroom that you can turn around in if you're in a wheelchair, and having access in the kitchen. And, the comments last hearing were pretty powerful about, Dennis, especially Dennis, that he can't go to his friends' houses. And until we start creating a stock of homes in this valley that are accessible, we're never going to get there. So you've got to start somewhere. And this is probably a pretty darn good start. And it's going to take us, it's not going to be my lifetime, but hopefully in my daughter's lifetime, we'll have a stock of homes throughout this valley that are visitable. But we're not there today. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Jody. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this matter at this time? So we'll close the public hearing. Yes, Merle?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I've been sort of a volunteer resource to the county through this, but I am also a resident. And I would like to respond to the whole conversation in the last half hour. First, I won't reinvent what I did at the last meeting, but I would say, just as a clarification, Rachel, particularly for you, there is a set national code which may not be all that well known in Pitkin County as such, except for the fact that Aspen already uses this code system in their city. So if you approve some variation of this amendment, you'll be approving a code that says you can only have one space in a house that's either a living or an ancillary living space that can have steps to it. You can only have one of those sunken rooms and still qualify for this. Okay, and I think that's very important because the idea of a train being misdirected and flowing down the track is something that is ingrained in a code that has, on a national scale, taken more than a decade to write, largely because of the shortcomings of the ADA. And I'm not here to promote one or the other. I'm just saying there's a reason why the city uses this to a certain extent, and why virtually every state uses the standards of this alongside of the ADA, because neither in and of itself is sufficient. And of course, the idea of having accessibility standards for homes does not exist in Pitkin County. I recognize that. So, those things being said, only because there were past questions I think maybe weren't clarified, I would like to say that I agree with what Jody is saying, because the proponents that are involved in work on this, whether they just lent their house plan or a view of it or whatever, in the last 9 months has involved nearly 100 homes that were studied and a pretty wide variety of people, some of which were funded privately by the people who've worked on this and are nationally recognized for their work in codes. That being said, Jody had a great comment. If the concern of this afternoon or evening is to restrict the area, I don't think you're going to find that any of the proponents that have worked the hardest at this will resist it. I'm saying this representing myself as an individual. They're not going to resist this because this is a work that needs a foundation. It's this foundation that lets one page, or close to a page, and she knows I can't do anything in a page, but it truly lets a page amended. And by the same token, if you talk about what seems to be an ungraspable concept of changing your building codes, the codes you have today would be very difficult to change, to phase into having builders have an incentive without penalizing their owners. That would be hard to do. If you prove what you've got today, you've got a footprint. You can say that compliance with sections X, Y, and Z is required at the end of a 3-year period or at the end of a 2-year period. You have to, again, give a window large enough so that someone who's already filed for a permit doesn't take away the end years of the life expectancy of the people that work in community development and have to review those plans. But the proponents would support what Jody has suggested, and I don't want to read through this, but it seems like that he's saying in a different way, let's get to the limit, but let's not ignore the fact that there may be a home that's a little bit under that square footage that still could take advantage of it, but still adhere to something that was one of the longest fought zoning battles in the United States, quite frankly, to limit the area and what has been done by your predecessors. So certainly from a proponent's perspective, if you added the language, provided the total square footage does not exceed 5,750 square feet, I believe that to be what 3 of you have talked about very specifically, but I also believe it's part of an assignment, because I think the group that excuse me, the group that's worked on this isn't done. We volunteered to work forward with the county, with P&Z, with the development department. There's no reason why we can't make suggestions or offer some help that maybe comes from a different professional expertise, certainly a deeper one than is in the community itself right now, from the commercial side, I'm saying, on zoning and issues. Maybe those perspectives that are mostly here can be applied to homes here. We're going to volunteer to continue to work with you. I believe that we can reapproach planning and zoning, given the schedule of the department, perhaps as early as January or February, to reach out for partial accessibility I don't see any reason why we couldn't set a goal of 90 days to reach out for suggested sampling of integrating this into your own building code. That's going to probably take about 6 months. But if there's anyone here who's worked on this that disagrees with me, I don't want to volunteer for everybody, but let us know if you're not going to work on it. I think everybody here will, because this is something we're trying to do for people.
Sorry. So the proposal, I think, that makes the most sense that I've heard now is to limit it to 5750 up to. And I think it's, a base that we can build on and be proud of. And then, with the community's help, go forward. And quite frankly, I think that the standard of accessibility is going to be a standard that we're going to demand in the future for all structures, and certainly our own structures. And I challenged the board last time to make the two structures that we just purchased accessible. Let's start there. Let's show people what we can do. But at the very least, let's agree on this. Just a second. I need to get agreement here. I want agreement here. I want us to agree at the limit of 5750 for the exemption. Let's go ahead and do that. Come on, you guys. Rachel and then Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And thank you all for your very heartfelt comments. I don't mean to sit here as hard something or other. But as I've tried to say, am really interested in making sure that it becomes a value and a change that permeates the code and permeates our construction activities and isn't just here's a bonus, we hope some people use it the way it's intended, we hope that halls become wider, kitchens become more accessible. At least for myself, in having this packet, I really had a hard time seeing how that will translate directly into what become approved building plans in the future. And I am not entirely sure still, Merrill, if what you're saying is that by adopting this, we're going to be adopting sections of that by reference. And so clearly they will become new review standards for our building department to review that are occurring. I would like to move forward, as Michael is suggesting, quite clearly that we adopt more fully the entire code, not just a few sections of that, and that we move our community more fully towards those sort of goals. When I was on the city council, I proposed and worked to pass a Tabor rebate that the city got to keep for moving our sidewalks forward at the time. I left the city before they completed all of them. I think they still missed a few spots, but so that we would really have sidewalks that were fully accessible. And it's always hard to campaign for tax increases. I also was designer at that time, with my council at that time, of Burlingame, so that everything would be accessible and visible. And that has been changed by future councils trying to add more density to that project. But that was an ethic that we thought was very important to maintain there. And I know Dennis Murray well. We're good friends. So I take to heart all the challenges that everyone is talking about here. I can live with this initial language, I think. I'd like to hear what other members have to say. But I again come back to my greater point is that any new construction going forward that's at 5750 and 8,500 and 10,000 square feet, they have the opportunity, and we need to have the code that sets up the right series of incentives and disincentives, that those things are built into those larger new constructions. Certainly understand that in an affordable area zone like W/J, you have much smaller restrictions size-wise to begin with, and then that becomes a challenge. So I'd like to hear what other board members say, but to me, whatever happens with this code amendment today, it really should be the start of a process. There should be a commitment by this board to the staff time and ComDev to see what can we do further and what can we do appropriately, and that some of it might have to be disincentives as well as just saying there's bonuses here and bonuses there. And by disincentives, I mean you cannot and you shall type of building code rules, just like we have with the fire codes.
Jack?
Thank you. I certainly unequivocally support the original intent where this started. Funny things happen when things are forwarded to P&Z, and I've noticed a tendency at a P&Z to be way more liberal than I've ever seen on the P&Z. And we see that in their minutes. I think, George, your articulated request of kind of trading some information back makes a lot of sense, because we are a team. There's a foundation. We understand how the process works, and okay, but P&Z is just a little bit less in touch than I would like them to be with our general community sense of where we are. Not where we've been, where we are at. I don't think people want to see a liberal P&Z, and there's items that this occurs. So enough of that. Let's focus on this. I'm still very uncomfortable with the language as stated about new product, and I believe the ultimate goal here is what we're all talking about in the future, in an amendment process, in a code change process. And if we don't start right now, today, requiring or setting the stage for some of this to be incorporated in new construction, I think it's going to be very hard to go backwards and say, well, you can have up to 6325, my math is right, but now we've looked at this, and so we're going to go backwards. So, maybe Jody has a way around this. And for me, what I'm talking about here is, again, that integrity of the code, the goals that we've all gone down the road with and live with. But I'm not comfortable at 5750. And I've got to ask John Ely a question. Can we come up with a number here using our discretion about wanting to be fair that's less than 5750? I mean, to me, that's the line in the sand. And I might be comfortable with 5,000 square feet, for example, because this, then an exemption would add up to 5,575 if everything is used. And we haven't gone across that line. And we're talking about a 3-year process here. Well, I really like what I just heard about getting with it way sooner. And that's got to be absolutely with the schedule of staff and our P&Z too, and a cooperative effort. But I'd like not to break that 5750 number. And so the question is, Shah, do we have the discretion to choose a number that's less than, and I think we've articulated concerns about the 5750, that's less than that number, without hiring a consultant and doing a study or something?
You have complete discretion to manipulate the code amendment however you want. I think the only real discussion is what you can adopt right now. And you can, pursuant to our own code, adopt anything that has already been considered by the P&Z. You don't have to agree with the P&Z, you just have to refer it and have their comments. So essentially what's being offered is what the P&Z has reviewed and recommended. The board has the latitude to accept part of that. In other words, if you wanted to delete some section of it and for example, new construction. But if you want to go back into the proposed code amendment and build in additional criteria or rethink a cap or something like that, then you're kind of getting into that realm of essentially a new code amendment in the context of something that wasn't particularly considered by the P&Z. And that would be the issue, and then you're probably in a situation having to refer it back to the...
So the answer to my question in us kind of layman terms here is that we couldn't limit it to 5,000 square feet at this time?
Well, the limitation...
Because P&Z didn't consider that. They just said, well,
They did.
They did. Exactly. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Okay, so they did what? And John, I would like John to answer this.
My understanding is that they did consider that, and then...
About the
beyond.
5750, they didn't want to approach that?
Right.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
then they went beyond. Now, I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened.
John's correct.
Okay, good. Yeah, well, so I'm seeing, for me at least here, maybe a path where we can move this forward like we should, protect something I think that's really important. It's been over a decade as a well thought, because there were all kind of uglinesses going on when the 5750 was approved, and we can respect that and move this forward and let the process go forward with some amendment and integration fully of this document.
George?
On page 8 of this memo, which is down a little ways, back to Jody's suggestion, but it starts with proposed code changes include a limited height variance, and then it says in zone districts with floor area ratios, new residents 350 square feet. Is that an issue where in those zone districts where you'd have you would exceed 5750?
No, those
Okay.
are zone districts that have ratios
Okay.
where...
All right, so then as you follow down there, it says, in zone districts subject to 5750 square feet, right now it says new residencies, 575 square feet only, existing residencies, 100 square feet / accessible. So why could we just take out that one line, new residencies, 575 square feet only? That, I think that accomplishes what we're trying to get at, and that was Jody's suggestion. I guess that needs to be
His
somewhere
suggestion
else.
was that it be limited to 575 and not above. So if you had a 8,000 square foot house, you would not be eligible for this. But 5750 and below, you would be eligible for it.
That's not quite what I heard from Jody.
That's not what I heard.
It sounded to me...
Well, okay, let's let Jody resolve it instead of giving our interpretations of Jody. Jody, what did you?
Interpret me all you want.
Well, we'd like to. There's some sense of trying to resolve this today. So if you could help do that, that'd be great.
Well, may I ask Joanna a question?
Yes.
Joanna, in this subsection 2,
Yeah.
K2, and I don't have the code in front of me, in those zone districts, is it possible to have a house that would be required to be less than 5750?
Is required to be less?
Yeah, in other words,
There's always
you had
there might be
had a
unusual land use
pre-existing lot
approval
that's
where...
only-
One at a time,
Yes.
That you had a lot that's only 1 acre, or...
Generally, no, because there's no ratio involved with these zone districts. So, generally speaking, they're allowed 5750, but there are some cases where due to site conditions and other things, a house has been limited perhaps to 2,000
Say a
square
river
feet.
setback.
Or something like that. There have been houses that have been limited. Generally speaking, though, that's the 5750 zones.
So, what I was trying to get at is I thought there might be a possibility for a house in one of those zone districts that couldn't be 5750 anyway. And so I wanted to be careful about not precluding that house from being able to get this bonus. But do you understand where I was trying to go, George? Because
Right, but you weren't extending those homes that are allowed 5750, you weren't allowing them an additional 575 square feet.
Which I think is what Michael said.
Yes.
He was talking about...
That was my interpretation.
Yes.
So
Provided that in no event shall any house using this exemption
be larger.
be larger than
Exceed 5750.
Well,
It seems... I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I conclude that
Yeah.
thought? So let's say I use this exemption. I'm an odd house in one of those zone districts, and I can only build 4,000 square feet. I use this exemption. 5 years from now, maybe I acquire my neighbor's parcel or something, but somehow I can now get a TDR and build a larger one. I think in that circumstance, you would have to, because we have this covenant, not a covenant, what did we call it?
The covenant agreement, yes.
The covenant agreement. You have to maintain the accessibility in the house in perpetuity, sort of like your barn covenant. What would happen in that circumstance? You couldn't go over 5750, but maybe if you wanted to go to a 8250 house, you don't get the bonus anymore. Period.
It would get deducted.
It'd be deducted out of your TDR. But you can still do your 8250 house, it's just, you don't have any bonus.
Well, that's essentially what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
So yes, Rachel.
Actually, I think Rob was...
I interrupted Rob.
Rob, I'm sorry.
Well, it seems to me the majority of the building rights that would apply to these zone districts would be 5750, which means they'd have the right to build up to that anyway, meaning this applies no carrot to those people to doing anything whatsoever to these homes. And, you know, I think, for me, that's part of it. And I just want to kind of expand on some things that were said by the public at the same time to kind of reiterate my point, which is I don't see this as a bonus at all. Take Barrett's kids, for example, here. If he forced both of them to have the same size bedroom, let's say a 400 square foot bedroom, you are disadvantaging the one with the wheelchair. You are putting that person in a situation where you are penalizing them. Adding 100 square foot to that person's bedroom and not to the other, you are leveling the quality of life to that disabled child. You're not giving them a bonus. It's not an advantage for them to have that extra 100 square feet. You're merely trying to somewhat level the quality of life for someone who is disabled. And I don't even think you're reaching it, the leveling. I think you're slightly getting there. You know, I believe in the carrot method more often than I believe in the stick method for various things. I do think this needs a lot more work or additional add-ons, as I've already said. And I'll also say what I said the last time. I don't believe that we should write into our code that every bathroom built in this county has to be handicap accessible. I will never go down that road. I believe we should do it from a carrot point of view as opposed to a stick point of view. I do believe that there are some things without additional cost to the builder, such as doorways, various things that could easily be taken into account to allow something to change in the future. My preference, although I will take whatever first step we can at this point, my preference would be to say any home at 5750 will be allowed some sort of variance on top of that. Because, as I said, it's not giving them a bonus. It's leveling the playing field to someone who's already disabled. You know, telling Jaden that she has to have the same size room as her sister is keeping her in the prison, you know, in a disabled circumstance. I just view it differently. And I'm willing to make some adjustments to this, you know, covenanted 5750 in this circumstance, not in major circumstances, but in this circumstance. Rachel?
Yes, thank you. I agree that this is something that needs to be taken in steps. I'd like to take what steps we can now. I'd like to make sure the steps continue and that this isn't seen as a singular activity, and thanks very much. I also think that whenever you accomplish much good, it ends up being incentives and disincentives. As much as we all would like to incentivize everything, you tend to need a little bit of both to get an outfund for the greater community. And, this is clearly an emotional issue. We deal with emotional issues all the time, that come either from our own personal experience, from our neighbors, from other activities. But I don't think that will lead to necessarily a great outcome for our deliberations. We don't try to level the quality of life for people between different affordable housing units. Some people live in 260 square feet studios, and everyone says that's good enough. Other people say, why are you building a new two-bedroom to be all of 900 square feet? Do people really need 450 square feet each? And yet a 6'6" man is going to need more space than a 5'2" woman in the same affordable housing unit. We're not going to be able to level the playing field on all these different areas that we have to deal with all the time, as much as I'd like to. But I don't think we're disadvantaging those people by having affordable housing available to them. And certainly members of our affordable housing community may become handicapped over time and may have other challenges. There's just, it's very hard to create and make equalness throughout life and fairness. But that doesn't mean our code should be an impediment to trying to improve those circumstances. And I think that a compromise was put on the table that Jody got to what I think is our biggest concern about how it affects new construction and the larger home new construction, certainly not smaller single-family homes. I think that is a fail-safe measure at this point that would be a stopgap in this code to give us time to figure out how do you create those incentives and disincentives for further accessibility within our community, within our construction codes, for the education, for the change in plans, for the various activities. It sounds like it would not prohibit the design of your home that you're working on already, again within a 3,000 square foot home. I do not think it prohibits the retrofitting of the homes that may have started this coming out of Mountain Valley, and it gives us time to move forward. So I'm not sure where the insertion of that language would be, and I'd like to kind of double check with everyone here, but including language that no matter what the total size of the home, taking advantage of this exemption shall not exceed 5,750 would be, to me, a measure that makes this something I can live with for the next 3 years until it comes up for its sunshine review or until we make further amendments to improve the process.
Just Joanna.
Part of the amendment didn't include the 4,000 square feet space that's available as a below-grade exemption. So when you place a 5750 limitation, is that a floor area limitation or a gross floor area limitation? Because places like Mountain Valley are allowed up to 4,000 square feet or below grade. We weren't including that space as part of our calculation because in order to meet egress requirements and things like that, you'd be breaking tenets of the below-grade exemption. And so we weren't including that area. Obviously, if they have 4,000 subgrade, they're going to reach 5750 very quickly if they're not already over that. So they might be in Mountain Valley. Do you see what I'm saying? So that would be my question is, then you're talking about 50, and that's why we proposed an amendment to the definition of gross floor area.
Thank you for throwing that in. George?
But what we're really talking about are new homes. And so with new homes, I think we can limit gross square footage to 5,750.
Because we're talking about new homes, but what about redevelopment in Mountain Valley where that provision would carry forward?
Well, redevelopment, they're allowed a square footage for existing homes. So we're just talking about new homes with this new wording, that's all.
But it could be a new home in Mountain Valley. You could acquire the lot and so that presents a conundrum. What about just leaving that particular aspect out for the time being, and we'll make an amendment later to that particular aspect?
I would be concerned.
Let's finish this.
I thought you asked, because I would be concerned that if we separate it now, that one little amendment is going to have to go back to P&Z and back to us and everything like that. And I'm not so sure, maybe there's a chance to take a 15-minute break or 5-minute break and give Joanne a chance to think about the language that could accommodate that. Maybe it's just a simple line that this section shall not apply to redevelopment or to the sub-area space allowed in Mountain Valley. I don't know what it is, but I just think that it'd be better to get the one line that refers to how Mountain Valley should be handled nailed down now, and give Lance and Joanne a moment to think about how we could do that.
So, Joanne, let me ask you, those particular structures have 4,000 below grade and up to whatever above grade.
Many at 35.
Many at 35.
Some go above, specifically in Mountain Valley.
Yeah, because they're a floor area ratio. But that's all above grade structures, then. That 4,000 is exempt from that floor area
The
ratio.
4,000 is exempt from floor area, but not from growth management.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps it's that in calculating this exemption for homes in the Mountain Valley floor area ratio zone, the subgrade space shall not count towards the 5750.
Right, so we already have that language, and to be clear, it's much more than just Mountain Valley. It's the whole urban, the whole Aspen area, the urban growth boundary area, as well as the ratio zones sprinkled throughout the county. So it is bigger than just Mountain Valley. I think we already have language in there that, I just want to be clear on the board's intent on how you met the 5750 cap, because we are trying to provide growth management exemptions here to exceed the 5750 on those lots. Like, it sounds to me like you just want to eliminate all of number 2.
No, that's
No,
not
because
what we
to me,
said.
I think our intent was to not make it an exemption that allowed people to exceed 5750 countable FAR
And new houses.
for new construction.
If we could take a break, maybe we can talk about it. There isn't already a grade.
Take a break, in other words, consult with each other during that
Couple
break
minutes,
time.
right.
So you and Lance could put your perplexed heads together along with Joanna and come up with an answer during that break time. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. Sort of.
Okay.
Michael, may I ask a question so they can integrate
Certainly.
maybe my question? Mr. Rambo, as far as your experience, and you've been absolutely great to work with, brought an important issue to us. But your experience, how about subgrade space, basements? Is that an area that typically accessibility is desirable?
No.
Yeah,
Because those
so that
spaces-
helps me be comfortable with, I think, what I'm hearing.
Those are typically spaces without windows or with an extremely
that tough
tiny
egress.
bit of a window. And those spaces, under the way this is written, would not qualify or require access anyway. They wouldn't allow access because there's no second means of egress that someone in a wheelchair can use.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page that those aren't desirable. It's just we have to tap the expertise and language to get that.
Well, and I'm way supportive of this, but I appreciate Joanna bringing this to our attention so we have all issues on the table that we can, make a decision to move forward. So thank you for that answer.
So it's about quarter 4 now. We're going to take a break. Some people are going to hammer out some language, and we'll come back at 4 o'clock.
Question.
short meeting.
So I thought,
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular session for December 19th, 2012. We're here at 4 o'clock, and we're continuing with our accessibility code amendment. And we left staff with a task to come up with some language regarding the 4,000 square foot subgrade areas. So did staff succeed in that language?
We believe so.
I think, but not exactly, but we think we solved something that in our mind is workable for us for a first stage, and we think is a reasonable consensus for a first phase of the Board of County Commissioners. The simplest way to do that is, if you're looking at the ordinance, K2A, essentially what K2 is our big house zones. Those are the places where people use TDRs and build the 5,750, the 10,000, the 12,000 square foot houses. We just take out any exemption. Just take out A. We're just saying there's not going to be any exemption there. But we would like B for existing multi-level single-family homes in those zones that are being remodeled. We would like that qualified elevator exemption to stay, but no 575 feet would go to a 5,750 square foot house or a 10,000 square foot house or a 12,000 square foot house. That we think to get something going so that we can get the building permits in that are waiting, that would be our suggestion.
Does everyone understand that?
I think so, but I'm going to question a little further. So of these zones that are in K2A, that will not affect W/J?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, and the other exemption continues to stand for existing single-family homes?
Correct.
And then what would you see as a next step, just kind of?
Well, we've been, there's a couple of different directions. 2 weeks ago when we dealt with this, the direction from the board at that time was to see if we could find more incentives to make this happen more often. And then today there got to be talk about not necessarily incentives, but let's just start putting things in our code to make at least certain size houses start doing some things, like a accessible bathroom on the first floor of every house, or wider hallways or something. So we kind of have those two directions to work toward, I think.
Any questions? Are we satisfied with that? So do you have the language crafted then?
The language is just remove 2A.
So we're removing a 575 square foot exemption for one compliant newly constructed single-family residence per site. We're just taking that out.
That's correct.
So we're leaving for existing multi-level single-family residence to be remodeled, renovated in. Is that right?
Correct.
Michael, may I just clarify, kind of circle around to make sure that when you look at K1, those are the smaller, of course, zone districts, and therefore what we're doing over here in the larger zone districts has no impact on the smaller home sizes, therefore the exemption will be available.
That is correct.
Perfect.
Is the board happy with that?
As are the proponents.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make that. I'd like to move to approve proposed land use code amendment for Chapter 5 under dimensional requirements and Chapter 6 growth management and TDRs for accessibility. That's the title, with one amendment which is a deletion, and that would be 2A.
K2A.
K2A.
Yeah, okay. K2A, yes. I had to catch up to my K over here.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Yes, Rob?
I still feel that there's a different way of viewing this, and I think that part of taking that out is saying, and I agree that a 5750 is a big home, but it's saying that someone who wants to build a handicap accessible home cannot build the same livability to the maximum amount as someone who's not building a handicapped home. And I think you are therefore discriminating against handicapped people. I understand they both get the same amount of square footage, but they don't get the same amount of quality of life. And I do think in this scenario with people with disabilities, that giving them the same building quality of life is important. And I'd like to see that worked into our code somewhere down the road, to say to handicap accessibility people that we're going to afford you additional square footage so that you can have the same quality of life as anybody else who has the right to build. I don't think it's a bonus. I think it's bringing the quality of life, their property rights having the same quality of life. And I agree, a 5750 is a big home, but we are telling those people that are in wheelchairs that they can't build the same quality of life on the same plot of land as their neighbor who's building without the handicap accessibility stuff.
Let me just say that I'm anxious to get this going, and I think that it's imperfect now, but it is a beginning, and I think the sentiment here is again to allow people the possibilities of, and I don't know that it raises their quality of life. It just removes some impediments that are the people have come to. There's so many impediments for people, and we're trying to remove some of those now. And we're not going to hit everybody, but it's a beginning. So I'm satisfied with this in as much as it is only a beginning. Jack?
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Michael. It's a beginning, and certainly the commissioners should direct staff to incorporate this into the work product, but it would probably take some work session time to give direction as to how deep you go into the code. So, it'd be up to you all to have that influence to say, well, let's get started here ASAP according to schedules. And I think, Rob, and I totally understand where you're coming from, but if at this point, Michael's absolutely right, this is a good beginning, because even if someone had a 5750 home and they incorporated it in, it might lose a little square footage, but it's all about livability, and I think it moves forward.
What I would like actually from staff is to have a very immediate feedback on what the progress of this code amendment is and how people are applying it. And so on a really timely basis, maybe quarterly basis, seeing what the effects of this is and what people's aspirations are and whether this code meets those aspirations or not. I think that's important for us to know from a practical level how this is applied. Rachel?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Michael. And, further to really look at adoption of more of the elements of that code into our building code. I think we just have a disagreement about approach at some level, Rob. I think that, there's a point at which you create a threshold that is a good standard for a home size, and then if people would like to add on more to that, they purchase TDRs. They do all sorts of things. Whether that threshold of 5750 was set at the appropriate level, I'd like to be able to offer bonuses for any number of types of good improvements to quality of life and to community. But the baseline is so high now that square footage is a negative to the greater community, in my mind, and not available to offer incentives, whether it's for historic preservation or more preservation of open space or all sorts of other areas. But we've set the threshold so high as what is your automatic that there's not too much more you can add on without really starting to impose on community character questions. So, I'd like to see it happen that way. And that, quite honestly, to the extent that we want to really see these sort of improvements move forward throughout the community, it does end up having to be more than just incentives. It ends up having to be hard and fast rules. It has, when we were able to upgrade the energy code, it wasn't, hey, we're going to give you more square footage if you'll make a more energy efficient home. It was, these are the new building codes. These are the standards of the country in 2012. Please build to those standards now. And so I see it as a series of incentives and disincentives, and have tos, and then please want tos, or hope you will. But we won't achieve that greater goal of visibility and accessibility throughout the community if we're just constantly trying to find new incentives to make people do the right thing, as opposed to, especially with new construction. And I'm not going to belabor this anymore, but there's a statewide dialogue going on right now about water conservation. And knowing that there's a huge gap and a huge shortage of water for the future growth of Colorado. And the question is, do you make home builders in the future put more water efficient fixtures in to begin with? Or do we wait till we hit the crisis point in another 20 years and go back and ask everyone to retrofit? And, it's leaning towards, let's just do incentives only, and we'll just do demonstration home projects. And meanwhile, we'll approve 20,000 new homes that all will use 220 gallons a day. And that's going to be a place that's not sustainable. So it ends up being a little bit of both, even though it's painful. But again, I appreciate the board's willingness to listen to my concerns. I appreciate the audience's willingness to listen to my concerns, although I'm sure they cause some immediate concerns about what my intent are. And to the extent we can improve this going forward in any number of ways, I'm open to that.
Michael, 3 sentences?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to thank members of the public for bringing this forward and being here and shepherding this through this process, because I have to admit, it was never on my radar. So thank you, all of you all that have worked on this. There he is, too, back there. Yourself.
Thank you, Jack. So have we called the question? We have
You
not.
haven't called it, but we have a motion and a second.
Oh, okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience.
Thanks.
Appreciate your efforts here, because we need all the feedback we can get.
Sure. So thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll keep helping to try to make it incorporated into the code of habits.
No, let's screw this one.
See you later.
The next one. Thanks. Good luck.
It's important stuff.
So the next item of business is the T-Mobile at Aspen special review for cellular telephone facility and restoration of a legal non-conforming structure use. Lance, are you going to introduce the subject?
I am. Unfortunately, Mike Kramer went home ill this
With
morning.
his skis, or?
How ill he is.
Actually not.
Okay.
So I will give you some background on this. There are some very good photographs in the staff memo, which you all have, which I think will be helpful. But what is in front of you is the request by T-Mobile, two representatives from T-Mobile here who will introduce themselves later. But this is the existing cell tower that's existed since 2001 on the Innet Aspen property at Highway 82. It's kind of has to be located for you all because, frankly, you probably have never seen it, have never been aware of it. It's the most stealth cell tower in the county, in my estimation, and it's for a couple reasons. One, it's set in a grove of very tall spruce trees, and secondarily, it's just a green cylinder, which you can see in the pictures, which is one of the least obtrusive types of cell towers that can be built. But this was built, approved in 2001 by Resolution 2014-2001, 214-2001, and it had an expiration date on it. And you'll remember that in those days, the early 2000s, we were kind of being inundated with cell tower requests. We thought that we would be able to work with the individual cell companies to come up with a master plan and locate towers in the best possible locations, both from a view shed perspective as well as a service perspective. And so at that time we were giving approvals typically 5 years. And neither T-Mobile nor community development staff got right on it when this expired in 2006, primarily because it was a cell tower that was without controversy totally. There have been no negative comments about it ever. But when T-Mobile came to us to upgrade, they want to upgrade some electronics inside the canister that they will talk to you about. We said, this needs to be re-upped entirely because it expired. So essentially what they have provided you is a request for a cell tower, just like we would process a new request. This one already exists. And Mike has gone over the special review criteria for a cell tower, as well as the specific standards for a cell tower. Also attached to this is an email from Ellen Sassano, who has evaluated this cell tower location from the perspective of the Aspen Area Community Plan and the West of Maroon Plan, which is in formation. And Ellen has concluded that because of the setbacks greater than 200 feet from Highway 82 and the fact that this is really not visible, it's only 40 feet tall, that it is in conformance with the master plan and the under construction West of Maroon Plan. So staff has recommended approval of this cell tower facility and this cell tower location as it exists today. The modifications that will be made to it are strictly internal. No height increase, color will be the same, it will still be the canister. So we have provided for you a resolution recommending approval of this cell tower facility. And at this point, at this time, we have not put a expiration point on it, as long as it remains in conformance. That's all I have.
Lance, it says here that it did not require a 200-foot setback. In today's code, would there be a 200-foot setback?
Well, it certainly will be it will be recommended after the new West of Maroon Plan. That is sort of what the Planning Commission is working on right now. When that ultimately gets adopted and ultimately gets to you, who knows what will happen.
And is that 200-foot setback from any structure or from a habitable structure?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to the setback from the highway.
No, from
the current code requires a 200-foot setback from any residence.
Any residence.
This does not meet that because it's existing non-conforming. We did not have that requirement prior to 2006.
Is the Innet Aspen considered a residence?
Yes.
It is? Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? Applicants, why don't you introduce yourselves? Thank you for being so patient. It's been a very long day.
I know.
There's no way of predicting how long the day is going to be.
Hopefully
And
our
anybody who
time is
said they could predict it should go home.
And he did. My driver would say, "I'll be here by 12:30, Annie." I'm like, "Okay, I'll be right up there." Hi. That's fine. Good afternoon. I'm Annie Makowitz, and I'm here representing T-Mobile.
I'm Kurt Linville, representing T-Mobile. I'm the RF engineer.
And I just came up here to request reapproval of our cell site. And we didn't have any idea that our zoning had expired, and we kind of entertained some ideas of doing some modifications on it this year. So I got in touch with the planner in Pitkin County, and he said, "Annie, that zoning expired." And I'm like, "Really?" So he found all the documents, and so we started on the road of getting it to where we are today, so we can get back up here and get in compliance.
So let me ask you, the modifications that you're thinking of making are internal to the structure, not external?
No, they weren't. The original ones we were thinking about doing was adding some antennas below the antennas inside the canister, so everything would be enclosed, but we're not going to do that, and everything we're going to do is actually physically on the ground in our shelter. We have a fence-like shelter that, there's on the second page, 3 of 9, you can kind of see where our equipment shelter is behind that fence. So we're just adding a small cabinet in there, and that's all we're doing. All I need is an electrical permit. We're actually taking out big cabinets and putting in one small cabinet.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicants? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, and also thank you for your patience. So how long is your lease with the Inn at Aspen for being on their property?
It was a 30-year lease that we signed in 2001.
Okay.
So it goes in increments of 5-year terms, and we have automatic renewals. I'm not sure if it was a condo association like it is now, or if it was just an inn at the Aspen back.
No, it was a condo back then.
Was it? Okay. So, yeah, we have a 30-year lease, so we're about not quite halfway through.
So obviously the property owners themselves are happy with your activities there and,
Yeah.
and haven't had any complaints to register with us or you.
No, we sent out over, I think, 70-some notifications to all those residents and anyone surrounding, and I don't think we might got any opposition or any requests.
Okay. Well, we tend to get some of that when we have cell tower questions, and I thought maybe this is because it looks like an X Games speaker that no one really thought it was a cell tower.
I almost didn't see it coming into town, so it definitely is well hidden.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, would you explain to us what co-location might be possible there, or if it exists now, or,
Let me speak to that.
Sure.
The first thing you should know is that it's advantageous to T-Mobile to offer co-locations. It's a T-Mobile-owned tower, and so T-Mobile would always want to promote that. The co-location process requires that the tower is approved by structural engineering to support any additional loads. And then if it changes the visual appearance of the tower, then we have to go back to you folks, right, to get approval. Being a stealth slimline tower, it's somewhat limited. It does not have a second canister right now. T-Mobile would be willing to co-locate another carrier there, but that would probably require a height increase on the tower to make room for the additional antennas. Another co-locator could go below the current canister with antennas that are mounted external to the slimline pole, and that would have to be per your approval, of course. So T-Mobile is favorable toward it. The tower can be located on, but there are going to be some restrictions that would have to be addressed.
may I follow? So if, I'm assuming there's not co-location at this time?
No.
Yeah. And so if that did occur in the future, would you have to hang something on the outside of it and change the appearance? Or
that's one solution. It's not the only solution.
You just mentioned a few things,
yeah.
But it becomes more obtrusive if you hang something on the outside of it. And height is a real issue too.
Yeah, it is shorter than the surrounding trees right now. It's possible to add height without exposing any of the top of the tower, but that would be something that had to be analyzed at that time. It's not the type of big lattice tower on which co-locations are simple, right?
Christmas tree.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not that type of tower. It's a stealth tower, so it does provide more challenges to co-location. But T-Mobile's not opposed to that, and the additional carrier who wanted to co-locate would probably have to decide if they want to go through the expense to make any modifications and get those approvals. So.
Yeah, and one more question of Lance. Lance, what's our height limitation there?
It is 40 feet. As you know, we are revisiting the whole cell tower issue. We're working with Snowmass Village, with the Forest Service, with the ski company to, as one of your primary goals for this year, to expand cell coverage and hopefully maybe even broadband farther into the county. So we're looking at a lot of different ways to do that, and there are some initiatives going on. Then we made a first report to you a few months ago, and we'll probably be back shortly. But just as an aside, been very busy today. I haven't had a chance to talk to these people from the Front Range, but the people we have been working with on our master planning have sent me a lot of information from what other communities are doing, primarily in the Front Range, about review of cell towers. And I'm sure you're aware of this, but there are several jurisdictions in the Front Range that towers such as this, a 40-foot stealth tower, would not require review. It would go directly to building permit in many jurisdictions. It would just come to the planning staff. We would say, okay, it's 40 feet, it's a canister no bigger than X inches in diameter. It does not require special review. And I think when we come back to you with proposed changes, there'll be some modifications along those lines to try to perhaps better expedite some sites that we know are worthy sites.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, one more. What, broadly speaking, what coverage area is facilitated by this tower for your services?
I can show you a picture if you'd like, but in words, it's covering the Buttermilk base area and a good portion up the mountain. At some point, the mountain gets too tall. It also enhances coverage all along Highway 82 and does so for probably a good 3 miles to the northwest of the site. If the site were pulled out of the plan, then Buttermilk is not covered. And then Highway 82's coverage gets weakened notably, especially to the north. There are other things that happen. This site supports the 3G technology and will eventually support 4G technology. And in those technologies, proximity to the site is paramount for getting better data throughputs. You're doing data sessions on the phone, that sort of thing, as well as maximizing the site's capacity. So trying to cover an area from a greater distance minimizes throughput and also minimizes capacity for the number of data sessions and callers that can use the site at any given time. So those are the things that are in the balance.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a statement. Are you all aware that there's potential redevelopment at the base of Buttermilk?
No.
And that's, you'd have to check with staff what that means, and I don't know if it's in at Aspen, but I'm primarily talking about redevelopment of the base of the ski area. At least I believe they've submitted a master plan amendment or a master plan. I don't know exactly what level, but just a heads up.
So they're doing like a remodel or something?
The parking lot, the ski area parking lot directly north is going to be a new base area with some additional retail and skier services.
You might see some more. I mean, this has been on a market list. I mean, T-Mobile markets their towers. We welcome co-location. You can work a lot of solutions out together. We co-locate everywhere we can. And I just know back after like 2001, a lot of things changed in our industry. A lot of budgets came across. We stopped building a lot of things. We haven't built a new cell site for T-Mobile in
It's been a while.
many years. So right now it's all about data. Everybody wants data. Everybody wants internet on their phone fast now. So That's kind of been the concern, but I have heard a lot of rumblings that a lot of the other carriers are starting to spend money to build new towers, or wanting to, so, this, definitely we would welcome a co-location if someone would come to us.
Is there any further questions for the applicant? Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, it is public?
It is.
I thought we were finished with it.
We'll run out there and make it.
You're right, Lindy. Are there members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the T-Mobile Innet Aspen special review for a cellular telephone facility and restoration of a legal non-conforming structure/use.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes,
Just
George?
a quick question, Lance, under the resolution, the recital, under number 10, I just noticed that even though you addressed this, the last line says the statutory vested rights granted herein shall expire on December 19, 2015. But you just said you don't have an expiration.
That's the vested rights to pull the building permit that they need to pull.
Oh, to pull it. Oh, I see, okay, thank you.
That stays in.
Yeah, okay.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for being so patient.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure.
Guys, drive carefully.
Oh, we will.
I must say, I've attended a lot of hearings, and the way that this group is articulate and well-informed is impressive. This community has a gift here. So,
That's still not going to get another cell site.
Well, hopefully you're going
Thank you.
to enjoy the town.
Yes.
afraid we're getting back to Denver.
I know, Curtis,
Be safe.
he keeps me on a tight leash. I have to get back to
Yeah.
Lance, it says something
You
like...
must dial 911 road to do.
It says something like TDR program update. Are you prepared to give us one?
Once again, much to my chagrin, I am it today. The RE1 school district had a snow day today, and Suzanne Wolf was unprepared other than to stay with Jared today. So
On the mountain.
You're a mom, you got to do what you got to do.
So, yes, this annual review, you'll recall that in 1995, when the TDR system was set up with the rural remote zoning, there's a provision in that ordinance that said there will be an annual review. And so you've all been part of this annual review, and several of you have seen it many times, and some of you have seen it a couple times. But what we do is each year provide an update so that you kind of have a clear picture of how many TDRs are out there, where they've come from, how many have actually been assigned to sites, and how many have been utilized, and what kind of balance is there. And this summary that Suzanne prepared is essentially the same format every year, but it's important to know that there have been 325 TDR certificates issued to date, and that given the approvals that we've given for use of TDRs, there's a slightly greater demand than supply, which we think is probably a good thing, keeps prices up. But the most important thing that we started doing just in the 2006 code, it was very important to everyone that we start being able to track the value, the selling price of TDRs. So what you see on page 2 of Suzanne's memo, just starting in 2007, is the number of TDRs that have transacted, meaning have actually changed hands, where we've issued it to someone who has agreed to sterilize a rural remote site, and then they have transacted. They've sold that to someone else who intends to use it either now or in the future. And you see the price has regularly and consistently gone down. Where originally the range was $250,000 to $318,000 per TDR, in 2012, the reportable transactions, and there have been a lot of them. There have been 22 transactions. Price range has been 115,000 to 150,000. I think one of the reasons that there's perhaps been a lot of transactions this year is that that's a huge bargain. Given the 2,500 square feet that one gets for a TDR, to pay 115,000 for that, the price per square foot is very, very attractive. And so a lot have transacted, but partly because of the economy this year and last year, we haven't seen a lot of people coming in for approvals to land the TDRs. But people are transacting. So we think that the TDR system is still working well. We think there's a good balance. And Suzanne has actually provided as attachments since the onset, all of the issuances and the uses of TDRs. They're all there for you to look at. And she also had prepared some maps that I think you've seen every year, where we now through GIS track we track where TDRs have come from and where they're landing, and we often talk about it's not a surprise. The receiver sites are the orange color, the preservation sites are the purple. Preservation sites being at the end of all the valleys.
Oh, I thought there was Sorry.
And the landing sites, our big house zones, are still primarily in the UGB. You see a preponderance of them that would be in the Red Mountain area, and you see a great preponderance on, if I were just to do a summary, is what we call the big house zone, is frankly it's River Road and McLean Flats. And that's where a lot of TDRs get used on 15,000 square foot houses. I might be able to answer some questions, but I've read this quickly as you.
Are there questions for Lance? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, Lance, I was kind of flipping through here trying to find this piece of information. You might have already had it, or maybe it's not in this report. But in the past, we've seen also an accounting of the acres preserved, the acres sterilized through the issuance of the TDRs. And
I don't think
that's in there.
Is that in there?
Yeah, it's in there. I just saw it. It's one of the earlier pages.
Okay, because I highlighted some things and I did not highlight that.
Here, let's see, I've got it here. It's page 4. So approximately 7,205 acres of land have been deed restricted against development as a result of the severance of 325 development rights.
there we go. That's what I was looking for. I just feel that number is so important to the context of the program. Thank you, George.
Yeah, that's on Exhibit A, where it's sort of a summary tally of the certificates issued, TDRs extinguished, acres deed restricted, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Lance?
No action is required of us. It's just an
No,
annual report.
the reason is in case you wanted to take some action to change something.
Okay.
Quick comment?
Yes?
Yeah, Lance, I appreciate if you would relate to Suzanne an appreciation for how this report has evolved over the years. And especially with the maps, it's really nice to get an understanding where that density is going. So
Maps and the math. I remember Mick Ireland starting to say, I want this number, I want that number, and we were, okay, we'll try to find it.
Yeah. You know, and keeping track of the cost or the transaction price, I think has been helpful. It's unfortunate we don't have the full record from the very beginning, because that would show the kind of very steep run-up to the value of TDRs from when they first were being issued as well. I remember some folks kind of cashing out on mining claims that were pretty well undevelopable, but still they're like, hey, now I have this TDR, I can get $35,000 for it, it's great. And they were kind of relieved of the property, and little did they know the price might one day peak as it did, and who knows where it'll be in another 5 years.
Yeah, and I guess one last comment, I'm real proud to have been on the P&Z that helped create this. This is a nice legacy for the county for having done this. And the evolution of TDRs, where we always had, value was a X amount of square foot, and we landed when we rewrote the code and clarified some good things, so very good.
So, we'll move on to open discussion. John, are there any open discussion items?
Just two quick items for you. This morning, the USA Pro Challenge did announce that Aspen will be the overall start of the race on August 19th. It sounds like we have a finish start where there'll be a circuit race. We'll still be working with the Pro Challenge on the route through our permitting process. And then with a start on Tuesday heading back over the pass towards Breckenridge is
Hasn't been
the
determined if it's over
anticipated.
the pass yet.
It hasn't been determined. It's over the, I would assume it would be, but I guess that was maybe
I would assume
premature.
too.
Yeah.
They weren't giving any information on routes.
So that announcement was made this morning. I know, Rob, you had an opportunity to be at that. I don't know if you wanted to.
The only, I was there just to see what was going on and learn, what was going to come out of it all. And the only two comments that I'll make is, one, there were a couple of comments from the audience during the press conference portion of the announcement that what was going to happen with camping up on Independence Pass, and that's where it came out. If it's on Independence
If it's on,
Pass,
okay.
because they're just trying to keep the routes quiet right now. But that was brought up, and I saw a lot of heads nodding, like we're going to do what we can to make it happen. So whatever that means. And then I just had the opportunity to talk to Mick and Nancy afterwards, just to say that personally, there are going to be some challenges having this weekend, which is an Aspen Music Festival weekend, taken up with a lot of biking people. But it's not challenges that we can't get over, but I just wanted to assure that they got working on all that, and they said, well, they're going to start working on it tomorrow. So, and they realize that there are going to be some challenges. That was the extent that I can report on.
A question on that. So, Rob, they are going to work on it. That's the city, but how about Pro Challenge? Are they going to really dive in early on? Because we have identified, challenges, as you said, and we need to work on them ASAP to get that route correct.
Well, the route's one thing. I think that's going to be worked on very closely with Picken County, is the impression that I got, because most of it's going to take place in Picken County. The other concern is our economic sustainability business side of things, and a lot of that has to do with what contract they have with Medalist Sports or the race itself, in terms of hotel rooms, parking spaces, this provided, that provided, and how that affects business over the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday period, I think is a concern that we should, just try to keep up with. But, how they provide that contract or agreement, it's pretty unilaterally. It's not, they're not, I don't see a lot of partnering with that at this point.
Well, I hope we can weigh in on how it impacts the actual start, the businesses, the things that have been talked about relative to the music festival, and all of that. So good luck with the challenge, guys.
And then the only other item I had was to just recognize this is our last meeting of 2012. I think it's appropriate. You guys worked through, I think, 18 pretty meaty issues. I think that's been a pace pretty consistent with this last year. There's been a lot going on, so as is our practice, we'll reflect on this year to start off next year, but I just wanted to give you all some applause for the hard work that you've done, and I think we're going to find when we do reflect on this year, as we get into 2013, we're going to be amazed at all that's happened. So, thank you.
Thank you for a great year, all of our staff.
And my comment would be, appreciate working with you all these years.
Thank you, Jack. Back at you. Any other comments? I'm sorry, George. Sometimes it's hard to orient myself 180 degrees.
Well, that's all right. I just want to bring back up from this morning, seems like this morning, my commissioner comments to see if there's an interest, if the board thinks we should write a letter in regards to gun control issues that we can send on to not only our state legislators and the governor, but our congressional delegates that hopefully will be addressing this. And some of the points that I mentioned earlier was to look at the reinstatement of a ban on assault weapons, to look at the limiting of the capacity of magazines, to look at including background checks on gun sales at gun shows, and then also to look at supporting the enhanced training and funding of our mental health professionals and facilities and programs. And there may be some other things, but these are just some of the things that certainly has been discussed this last week amongst many different broadcasts and proponents. So I think it's important that we as Pickens County send a letter. This is certainly not saying that we're anti-gun. We're a state and a county that certainly hunting is a big part of our economy, as well as recreational sportsmen. It should not diminish the Second Amendment, but these are issues as a society. How are we going to live as a society amongst each other?
George, congratulations, or thanks rather, for bringing that up in a timely fashion. I fully support beginning to work on a letter to that effect.
Any other comments? So I think there's support for the letter. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I would make a motion to adjourn for the year 2012.
Your last adjournment, Jack?
You going to second that, Jack?
Well, I kind of moved it, but...
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll take the second. Jack can have the motion.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn to hit the road, Jack.
Aye. Aye. Caitlin, thank you.